appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. For greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, I just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah,
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great.
Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, I just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
To appreciate all that is vacant, it's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent, I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Hey, hey. Can anybody hear me? Unbelievable. I'm so tired of this microphone. Sorry, guys. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Whatever it is, I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you. Thank you, guys. Happy Saturday. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're all amazing today. Feeling great. Feeling good. I'm not talking that loud, Jody. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my sound today. Sorry. Is it loud? I can't hear it. I'm sorry, guys. Let me turn it down some more. This is crazy. I don't know what this is all about. I don't know. I'm sorry, you guys. Good morning, Moonlit. Okay, making sure. Sorry, guys. Can everybody hear me okay now? I don't know what's going on, you guys. I'm so tired of this mess. I need to get this microphone switched out somehow and get to using the good one. This thing is not doing its job. So, welcome again, everybody. Great to see you. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here. And I appreciate you all very much, guys. Make sure to hit the like button when you come to the door, if you will. We got 38 peeps in the house, 23 likes, please. Make sure to hit that like button. Let's make that match and share this out, if you will, please, and thank you, so that everybody can come hang with us. And again, if you happen to not be subscribed, please make sure to do that. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do. Please and thank you. And welcome to the weekend, everybody. Hope your Friday night was great, and I hope you're kicking your weekend off the right way. Let's see who we got in here with us. Mama 5, Mama. Miss Tandy's in the house. Seahawks fan. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. KB, what's happening, bro? Good to see you today. Alicia J, hey. Miss Jody Walters, welcome back to you. Let's see. There's Moonlit Baby. Echoes of Clarity, welcome. Great to see you today, dear. Appreciate you joining us. Miss Paula Fitzhenry, always an honor to have you here and your positivity. Amy Conway, buenos dias to you. Great to see you. Hola to the rest of you. I think I got everybody so far. Come on in, guys. For those of you that are just out there lurking, as they call it, thank you so much, because we appreciate you just as much. Is it Saturday? Is it Saturday? I'm losing days. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Great to see you. It is Saturday. Don't be doing that to me, Kane. Don't be doing that. I'm already jumbled up there. Miss Christina, great to see you. I lose my days all the time, so that ain't even funny, bro. Not even funny, because that happens to me regularly. Mama Bear probably will not be joining us up here today, but she said something about the chat. Busy, trying to get her house together. So, you got little old me and my ugly mug, so you're stuck. Sorry. Be real, what's happening, bro? Thank you for clarifying that. 40 peeps. Again, guys, we're looking into seeing what's going on with the Jack and Lily situation. Any updates there? Anything from Idaho that pops up, of course, and whatever else we can dig our claws into. Some crazy, wild stuff going on out in the world. Truth Seeker, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Again, it's great to start my day with y'all. Hope it goes both ways, guys. It's great to see ya. And the Sarge is in the house. Good morning, Sarge. Afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Great to see you all. Great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Get out of there. Come on. 43 peeps. 32 likes. We're catching up slowly. Thank you for those of you that joined us yesterday for our show. It was quite interesting. Jesse was here with us. Kane B joined us. JJ Vance joined us. Quite a show. Let's see. Tony's here. Did Tony DeWong pop in here? I don't see him yet. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Let's see. Anybody do anything fun and exciting last night? Besides sleep? Nowadays, that's my excitement. I don't get much of it. Truth be known. Hang on here. Okay. Got that there. Hey. Double checking something for you guys before we get moving. Make sure to hit the like button. Please share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Tell them to come and hang. We got plenty of room here in the sauce. Welcome to the newer members that are here. Appreciate you guys becoming meatballs recently. It's so very awesome. That was strange. Very strange. Wow. Oh my God. That was weird, guys. Unreal. Okay, I'll have to explain this to you in a minute as soon as I get through what I'm looking at here. Hold on. Okay, nothing there. So I was just looking at through different things that I have here. 1 second to look for something I was trying to find, and I just found a message that I had never seen. 1 second. Sorry, my child had to ask me. Anyway, I was going through. the messages I was looking through to find something that I was going to be talking about, and I see a message that I never saw from Miss Wisdom Speaks, and it just floored me. That was so strange. Wow. Anyway, still kind of hard, you guys. Still not used to it. So, and thank you guys for the hearts. That means a lot. That way she's always with us. That was just insane. That was the weirdest feeling, I'm telling you. I'm like, wait, where did that come from? And I had never seen that until right now. So she must have said something about something before. That was so strange. That's don't do that to me, at least. Don't do that. Backwoods, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. It's okay, Alicia. You're right. I don't know, Sarge. We haven't been able to find him. I think he's taking a break. I sent him an email. Let me check, by the way, to see if he responded. I sent him an email yesterday. 1 minute. Let's see. Okay, he responded. He did respond. Good stuff. Hold on a minute. Let me get this up. Okay. Oop, where'd it go? I just reached out and let him know we were worried about him. We've been looking for him. Hope everything's okay. And everybody misses him. And he said it was thoughtful of you for reaching out to me. I've been so busy lately. I haven't had much time as previously for being on YouTube and following the latest news of the case. I will make it a priority to get back as soon as things slow down with my schedule. And until then, you can let everybody know that you have heard from me and that things are well. I have missed everyone as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone regularly again. Thanks again, Dago. Eddie's good, bro. Good to hear. Like I said, with jobs and stuff like that and his schedule, he's just been busy. So that's good to know everything's good. Glad to hear it. That makes me feel a little bit better now. Yes, exactly. SRB. I think a lot of us were really worried about him because when he's been around so regularly and then he just disappears, then we get nervous. So yes, agreed. More than understood. Okay. Yes. Captain Jenks in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Well, that's good to know. One more thing to not to have to worry about. I was really, really starting to get nervous. Miss Kim, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here today. So Eddie will be back soon. He said he will make it a point to pop in here eventually and say hello. And it's probably a good feeling for him. That's why he said that. That he knows everybody thinks about him. So that's great. Yes, ma'am, Miss Tandy. Eddie's a very big part. We have a large expanded family in here, folks. If you guys haven't noticed, anywhere from Eddie to Sarge to Jesse to anybody that comes in this part of this community, even other creators, A.R. Hayes, just a wide range of people that I consider part of this community, part of this family. So when somebody's not around for a while, we get a little unnerved and we wonder, especially after what we just went through with Wisdom and Golf Inspector and stuff like that. It's kind of you become close and family because we spend so much time together. So we want everybody to be okay and happy and healthy. And when you don't see or hear from them, you get a little, like I said, a little nervous and a little freaked out. So just saying. What did you just say, Sarge? And that's right, Fizzy. Good to see you, Fizzy. Any Tao Yang is a cousin. What the heck are you? Sarge, slow. Are you typing with your eyes closed again, Sarge? Becky, can't you see? Good to see you. Yes, absolutely. I'm glad I can inform everyone and give everybody a little bit of a breather. Italian, there we go. Any Italian is a cousin. Yes, sir. That's a fact. That is a fact. He's right about that, guys. If you're Italian, there's a fact you're related somewhere. That ain't no lie. Good God, that was funny. Any Italian's a cousin. Yes, yes, yes. I love that one. That's funny. It sounds like my uncle. We're all related. So he used to tell me that all the time. There's your cousin Jackie. That's your cousin Tony. That's your cousin Tommy. That's your cousin Danny. I'm like, how come I've never met these people? Don't matter. Doesn't matter. They're cousins. It's okay. Okay, whatever you say, Uncle Tom. That's how it works. That's not a lie. Hold on. What do we got here? Why does this keep doing this to me? You know what? I need to get one of them things, you guys. Excuse me. Like you see in an office, those plastic things that sit on the floor underneath the desk, and then the chair rolls on it. This carpeting kills me. I'm always getting stuck and rolled and can't move. I need to pick one of them things up and throw it under here so I can move around a little bit easier. Echo Full 44. Good to see ya. We got SRB in the house on a Saturday. That's a special occasion. That's awesome. Enoch Rowena. Good to see you, Miss Rowe. Ian Moore. Okay. Were you guys trolling or what? Chair mat. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. You're right, Albariqua. But they're like a hard plastic. And then the chair that has wheels will just roll around instead of getting stuck on the damn carpet. It happens to me all the time. Oh, so she's just teasing us then. Okay, I get it. And an uncle, Tandy. I have an uncle, Tony, and 2 cousins. Kind of like Greek, you know, my Greek friends. And my friend Angie, her family. There's every other Greek person I know is either named Gus or Pat. The men. Or Angie. Those are the names. And that's true. It's just a thing. I guess the heritage like specific names. But those names aren't the real names. Gus and Pat and all that. The real name is Costa. But they call that their American name for short. It's just weird to me. They mean the same thing. Nick or Chris. Yeah, that one too, Kane. Like Willie. Yeah. Willie's all Greek too. Same name. Willard. Guys, 64 peeps, 44 likes. We're catching out. Cool stuff. Let's see what we got moving around out here today in this world. Crazy world. Thank you again for those of you that joined us yesterday. Crazy wild show, but it was quite interesting. I'll say that much. We're going to be getting into a couple things. Like I said, Jack and Lily Sullivan. The monster on the run. Checking into him again. I don't even like to call him by his name. Thank you, Miss SRB. Let's see here. Green Eye Monster. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right, I think we're going to start off here with what we usually do on Jack and Lily's case. Give me 1 second. Got everybody here now. I won't make you wait any longer. Michelle just dropped something 6 hours ago on this, so we'll go with that first. Them Florida sheriffs. I have not. I have not. We might be looking into, by the way, some updates on the Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullins situation as well. I got a little update on the Kairen Horman situation and some other stuff out here, guys. Plenty to talk about today. So it was definitely different, Mama 5. It was all about Idaho, and I met somebody new yesterday, and Kane joined us, Jesse joined us. It was wild, that's for damn sure. All right. let's get this started with Jack and Lily and get through that and see what we got going on there. If anything new at all, move forward. These kids have been missing, for those of you that aren't familiar, from Nova Scotia for well over a month now, and it's just makes no sense. None at all. What happened to them, how it happened, why it happened, nobody gets it because it makes no sense. So, and again, this is coming from, I've been following everything Michelle After Dark's put out, guys. Please check her out if you have not yet done it. I'm going to put her link in the chat. Jump over, hit the like, subscribe. She puts out some pretty good stuff, and she's got a level head, in my opinion. And she doesn't make it drama. It's not about drama. Same thing that happened with Sebastian's case. She has not gone into any kind of drama with this. Thank God most haven't that I've seen, but Michelle keeps it on the real, tries to display facts with it, and that's what matters. So please, if you will, pop over, subscribe, notify yourself to when she'll be live, and hit that like button, guys. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Well, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Saturday morning, the 7th of June. And it's a few days since I talked about the case of missing siblings, Lily and Jack.
Welcome back to the Sauce Echo 444. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you very much. One more meatball in the sauce. One more meatball. LL, welcome back. Really what, Kane? What's up, bro? Really? And they captured that escape. Yes, they did. They picked up the guy. We're going to talk about that too, probably. Miss Lucy. Good morning, Miss Lucy. Thank you for being here. Or Heather.
Sullivan from Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia. Lily is 6, Jack is 4, and they were reported missing around 10 a.m. on May the 2nd. So yesterday marked the 5-week mark of them being missing, which is crazy. There's been loads of searches. There was a search last weekend. There hasn't been any reports of a search taking place this weekend, so I'm assuming that everything's quiet this weekend. There's been very little information that has come out from the RCMP. They said last weekend that any future searches would be determined based on the course of the investigation. As for the investigation, police say they have collected hours of video from the area and interviewed more than 50 people. They also confirmed that Lily and Jack were spotted in public with family members in the afternoon of May the 1st, the day before they were reported missing. Few other details about the investigation have been released. But anyone with information or who has video footage to share with the police, they were particularly looking for dash cam footage on Gaylock Road, the road they live on, between noon on April 28th and noon on May 2nd, which are interesting days that I've talked about in previous videos. But anyone with information like that is asked to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit at 902-896-5060. To remain anonymous, you can contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS, which is 8477. So, what has been going on in the few days since I've been away? I haven't been away at all. I've just been covering other cases. This case from Washington State is absolutely horrendous. If anybody's following the manhunt for Travis Decker, after it appears very strongly that he murdered his 3 daughters, Peyton, Evelyn and Olivia, just 9, 8 and 5 years old. And he is on the run. Or he's dead somewhere in the wilderness, who knows. But there is a massive search going on for Travis Decker at the moment out of Washington State. I'm going to do another video on that case very soon, and my ongoing coverage of the Karen Reid case that I'm normally covering over on Michelle Walks, I did over here yesterday so that members could use the new emoji, the only fan. Alright, without further ado, let's get into this video. We're going to talk just a little bit about Daniel, but we're going to focus on some messenger posts, like text, Facebook Messenger, I think it comes from, posts between Malia and their children's biological grandmother on their paternal side, Belinda. Belinda has been talking to the channel It's a Criming Shame. which is this channel, and these messages come from this live stream from a day ago. I actually got the screenshots from a Facebook group, but I went to find the source and have a listen. It's here. So we're going to read a few of those and we're going to discuss. All right, let's go. Let's start with what Daniel has been saying. This was a little interview he did, a few words he spoke to the media after the vigil that happened the other day. I covered it in a video, and this is what Daniel said.
Don't attack Malaya, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on her daughter, so I don't want anyone attacking Malaya.
It doesn't get any easier, he told CCTV News. 1 month has passed. It's over 1 month now, isn't it? He says the grief is overwhelming and only made worse by the online speculation about what happened to 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, especially when he has one child who still lives with her mother. Put your focus around Malia and towards the kids. That sounds like he's saying put your focus on Malia. Don't know whether that's some kind of Freudian slip or what, but I think he should have said take your focus from Malia and focus on the kids. Okay, let's listen to what he actually said here.
Especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't.
Especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't.
It does sound like put your focus around Malia. That's weird. Don't attack her because her mental health is going to reflect on our daughter. That is true. Maybe it's just his accent, but it definitely sounds like put your focus around Malia, which is potentially the opposite of what he meant, unless that is really what he meant. I don't know. All right, let's take a look at these text messages. I find these interesting for one reason, because there's an inconsistency. There's a massive inconsistency between what they're saying happened and what the dispatch audio is saying happened. So let's take a look. The grey bubble is Malia. They are a bit blurry. Let's try our best. No, I was keeping them home today because they were sick with a cold and they got outside the back door. We can't hear that door, and they got outside. They like exploring the woods and playing in the woods under our supervision. So they like exploring and playing in the woods. All right. Well, a bit different than what she says in a minute. Just can't believe this is actually happening right now. Never thought they would run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. Belinda says something about search teams. They've been missing since 9:40. They like to wander a lot. So in the breath previous, if you can call messages a breath, she said, I never thought they would run off on me like that. And she says they like to wander a lot. But they've been missing since 9:40. In the dispatch audio, it says that the last time they were seen was 8 a.m. So how do they know they've been missing since 9:40? So was 8 a.m. the last time Daniel saw Lily coming into the bedroom? He said he saw Lily coming into the bedroom, like to-ing and fro-ing. And they wanted to let the baby sleep. And then he heard Jack in the kitchen but didn't actually see him. So were they noisy all that time, and then at 9:40 everything went quiet? There's a big inconsistency there. There's a big difference between 8 a.m. and 9:40. So I'd like some clarification on that. I've wanted that clarification for a while now. Well, since the dispatch audio came out. Okay, let's look. So we have a big search team right now. They also want info about Cody, because he doesn't see them. We have drones, dogs, and helicopters. I might get you on the phone with the police. Okay, so Belinda says, have you heard anything yet? Are locals allowed to search too? Do they have coats or boots? Do you know? Not yet. They have boots on, and Lily has a white backpack on with strawberries. She should be in the pink, and Jack in darker coloured clothes. Jack has dino boots, Lily has pink boots, but they didn't have coats on. You're welcome to come search with people. However, the search and rescue don't want too many others in the woods because they're going by protocol. Many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack. Do they go out to the road? Normally no, but if they were in the front yard and someone stopped and convinced them to come over, they will go. They don't understand stranger danger. Okay, so search highways, that should have been done first thing. Yes, we are telling them because they should have been found by now. Jack has trouble going through the woods, and normally they don't go out of the yard. So previously, she said that they liked exploring the woods, and they wander a lot. So which is it? These are the things that bug me. Just small things, but they make a difference. They're both inconsistent. That bugs me. Doesn't mean they did anything, but the story just has these holes. That worries me. So Jack has problems going through the woods, but yet they like exploring the woods. So does Lily have problems going through the woods? Or is it Lily that likes exploring and Jack not so much? Which is it? We can't have it both ways. Which is it? I'm thinking nothing but positive. I want my babies home. Do the police have any idea yet? We will be up tomorrow to help with the search. That's from Belinda. The only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them. So you know, one bloodhound in Nova Scotia. And they have a better chance of finding them because they track their scent. Thank you. Any help is best. I'm so scared and worried. Stay strong. See you tomorrow. Have your family been with you, I hope. Yes, everyone is here. Even people I never thought would be here. I have reason to believe they may have been taken by someone. So, something about they would have found them by now if they were in the woods. Wants an Amber Alert. Well, rightly they should have got one, but no. So, the bloodhound didn't find anything. No, not a thing. Are they still searching the woods? Yes. But no helicopter or drone or dogs till the morning. Are these not in order or something? Because she's just said that the only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them. Let's look at the dates here. So it starts off May 2nd at 1:46. See, it doesn't timestamp every message. So you have to wait till there's a break in a conversation and then it'll put the time back on. May 2nd at 3:59. What time on that one? May 2nd at 9:09. We are in order. So does she mean that they've all gone home and they're going to come back in the morning? I think that's possibly what she's meaning. Are they still searching the woods? Yes. But no helicopters, drones or dogs till the morning. So I think she means the helicopters or drones and dogs have gone home and they're coming back in the morning. But the main issue for me is the timeline. You know that I'm a timelines person. If you've been following my channel across different cases, if the timeline has inconsistencies, I've got a problem. I really do. I would like someone connected to the case to clarify why the dispatch audio said that they were last seen at 8 AM, but they only realised that they were missing at 9:40. And that's a huge amount of time to be inconsistent about when 2 little kids have gone missing. Alright guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. I don't know, you guys. I still don't understand this. I don't. Don't know. Hold on here. Let's see what we got. I truly wish we had more information. Let's see here. It would be amazing, Cap, if there was a miracle and they found these kids alive and well, brought them home, and that'd be the best. It would be the best. That I agree with. Yeah, I don't think there's. I've been following these channels too and putting out the stuff they're putting out. Stitches in the house. Good to see you, Contessa. Welcome to both of you. Let me see. This is from yesterday. I think it's pretty much going to be the same stuff, guys. Until RCMP releases something on this, everybody's going to have the same stuff.
Sadly, Jack and Lily Sullivan are still missing, with no confirmed sightings since May 1st, the day before the siblings were reported missing. A number of text messages have been floating around online. The last batch we saw was from Daniel Martel, and it seems like he was defending himself and his relationship with the children, emphasizing that they came to him for everything, and not Malaya. They were wild with Malaya.
Yeah, I got to agree with SRB saying if she would have just stayed and, not taken off, it'd be easier to believe that the kids wandered into the woods, got abducted, but it was her leaving, I think, that probably got everybody to go, hey, what's up with this? And I agree with that. That's where the questioning comes into play. Truly. Trish Crow, good to see you. I have always taught my kids about stranger danger. Most people do. That's one of the main things that you teach when you teach your kids growing up, as you're raising your kids. You don't talk to strangers, all that kind of stuff. But it's weird that they don't know that. I'm just saying, thank you, Miss Contessa. It's great to see you. I hope you are too. So yeah, guys, that's a little strange to me. I agree with SRB on that one.
But well behaved and listened to him. Well, some people believe these texts are the truth, and Daniel said all these things. A number of other people are very skeptical. I'm going to say let's take everything with a grain of salt, and make of it what you will. More texts have been released a few hours ago from the channel It's a Criming Shame. The channel is linked below. This is the same channel that released the texts with Daniel. These texts are between Malaya and the paternal grandmother. It's interesting to get an idea of Malaya's state of mind on the day the children vanished. She says that she was keeping them at home because they had a cold and they got outside using the back door, and they can't hear that door. I thought they initially said only one of the children had a cough, and we couldn't figure out why both kids were kept at home. It goes on to say they like exploring the woods and playing in the woods under their supervision. This is interesting, since Daniel said Malaya rarely went outside with the kids. It was him taking them outside. She says she is so distraught and never thought they would run off like that. She says they've been missing since 9:40, and they like to wander a lot. This is interesting. The grandmother asks if she wants to demand more searches, and Malaya replies to say they have a big search team right now, and more are coming, but they want information about Cody because he doesn't see them. Malaya says that many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack. The grandmother then questioned if the kids go out to the road. Malaya says normally no, but if they were in the front yard and someone stopped and convinced them to come over, they would go. They don't understand stranger danger. So far, I only got through these first couple of texts, and if it's true then it seems that Malaya was trying to get a version of events out there to everyone that would question what happened to the children. This grandmother is also the one that showed up at the vigil, and has been posting almost daily on Facebook about the children.
I just don't know, guys. I don't think they're in the woods. I don't. I just don't think they're in the woods. I don't think they were ever in the woods. That's my opinion. And I could be proven wrong. It happens every day. That's fine. I just want to know where they are at. 1 minute, guys. You okay? my kids, my lord. This kid, Jesus, he's grown 19 years old. And every 5 seconds I got a question. Sorry, guys. 4 and 6 years old. If in the woods, that's what I said, Sarge, and I hate to say that out loud, but I said that before. If they are in those woods, they're buried there. That's my opinion too. And I don't want to think that, you know, and I started thinking in the very beginning of this that sadly that there was probably that they were not with us anymore. Unlike, you know, with Sebastian's case, I had that feeling that he's still with us. I didn't feel that way in the beginning, but then all this other stuff started coming out. Now I'm starting to wonder if that they might be, that somebody may have grabbed them, that they could have gotten ready, since he's claiming that he saw her with the backpack that morning, whether it was dozing in and out of sleep or not. The backpack ain't been found anywhere. It's with her, in my opinion. Wherever she is, that backpack's with her or close to her. And if that's the case, then maybe they got ready to go to school because little kids like school. I've said this before. Walked out there to the bus where the bus would grab them, not parents sleeping or whatever, didn't hear it, and somebody else may have grabbed them. That's what I worry about. But, you know, that's what I think may have happened. I have some feelings on some other stuff too, but I don't know. This is just horrible. There's too many bad people. Too many bad people in the world. Yeah, I don't think they're in the woods. I don't. I haven't thought that from the beginning, like I said, because listen, the way that they searched for these kids. Now, here's the only way that they could be possibly. I said this yesterday, is if there's some kind of a cave, you know, an underground cave or something, a hole they fell in. But if they're okay, you know, if they were okay with that, you'd have been hearing them yelling and crying. And I'm sure the searchers would have found something like that. There's nothing, guys. There's nothing found that would make me think that any kind of predatory animals got a hold of them. Nothing. And I've been on SAR teams before, okay? For years I did that. And there's just no, with as many people as they had searching, they had multiple drones and helicopters, and they did multiple searches. They found nothing. That's why I don't believe they're in those woods. So, yeah, they're in a pretty remote area, Luz. Very, very, very out there, folks. Like, there's nothing close to this area. So, that's one thing I've been thinking about, LL. They didn't find this backpack around the house, in the house, anywhere else. So, it's got to be with that little girl. I don't know. Now, I will say this much. I looked into, and I hate talking about this because it makes me realize that this could be a possibility. This area has had a lot of issues with trafficking, okay? And there was a failed abduction in April that almost happened a month ago, basically, okay? And so, you know what I mean? And if these kids are very friendly and they go to people, it would be so easy to say, hey, guys, you want to go play? You want to go see a puppy? You want some candy? Like, he even said that. So, yeah, very much so. And I think that's why they were asking for dash cam video, folks, too, because they wanted to see who was in this area from a ways back to up to now to see if anybody had been casing this area looking for kids. That makes perfect sense to me, to go back as far as they did, asking for people's dash cam videos and other things like that to see who may have been in this area the week before this, so on and so forth. That would make this make some sense. And, you know, if they see anything, there you go. So, yeah, then here's the other thing. Somebody had mentioned to me in an email about what if a predatory animal got them, blah, blah, blah. There's 2 of them. If an animal grabbed one of them, the other one's going to be screaming to high hell. It would have been heard. There was 4 adults on the property that day. Nobody heard a thing. So that's another reason why I don't believe in that. Aurora, hello. I haven't yet, Aurora. I was actually going to pull that up and look here in a minute, but I haven't yet. So, and I know a lot of people get irritated with him. I watch him at this point. I get irritated with him, but I watch him at this point to see if he makes any points or has any details that make some of this make more sense. You know what I mean? So that's what I've been following that for. It's okay, Aurora. No worries. No reason to be sorry. Let's see. Well, it's short, so we'll check it out real quick. Just hang on to your seats, sit on your hands, whatever you want to do, guys. I know you're going to get irritated. Some people, at least. I probably will too. Who knows? Let's see what he's saying this time with his deck of cards. Let's review this. And that one of that's something else. I know what he's talking about with part of this. The vigil. Daniel went to the vigil. The mother didn't go. That bugged me too. You're okay. Yeah, he is very biased. I agree with that. But then again, I guess that's probably what his thing is to be that way. So let's see what he says.
Martel says the grief has been overwhelming, and the children's mother didn't attend the vigil. Martel says the grief has been overwhelming, and online speculation hasn't helped, especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't attack Malaya, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on her daughter. So I don't want anyone attacking Malaya anymore.
Don't upset my girlfriend or she'll take it out on the baby. That's more than just manipulation. It's emotional blackmail with a veiled threat of child abuse, which is especially concerning coming from someone whose stepchildren have been missing for over a month. So in today's video, let's watch this recent CTV interview with Daniel Martel and see what else we can learn about him, because he's finally starting to show his true colors. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation, so if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives, early access, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. As you heard in the intro, neither Daniel nor the mother of missing Lily and Jack Sullivan have been arrested or even formally named as suspects. So while there's nothing to really report on the investigative side of things, there are some updates on the search side of things. So here's a quick update before we grab our deception decks and start analyzing Daniel's interview.
6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. This past weekend, ground search and rescue crews were brought back to the area. Nova Scotia RCMP said they returned to focus on specific spots around Gairloch Road and the nearby Pipeline Trail, where a boot print was found during the initial search.
The boot print was on the pipeline, which is why we're extending our search efforts down the pipe.
100% what Aurora just said. I think he overreads into situations too, and he's looking for the negative in the wrong places sometimes. That's my opinion, just saying.
We don't know for sure it was from the children, but it's the only real thing we've had to go on thus far, so we're just kind of investigating that further.
Hansen said about 65 people were in the woods on Saturday and Sunday, and 3 drones were also deployed to help. RCMP said a total of 8.5 square kilometers has been grid searched, but as of Sunday afternoon, Hansen said there weren't any new finds and the search was suspended again. Hansen said any decision to bring searchers back depends on the RCMP.
We're always willing to come back if new information comes up, so it's never done, and it's always an open investigation with the RCMP as well. So if they find something that leads us to a new direction, they'll call us back out again.
On Friday, the children's stepfather said their disappearance has taken a toll on him and his family.
Me and my family still go out sometimes and search, but everything's been searched that we can really dive into at this time. They have over 12,000 man-hours searched in the woods, and they're planning on doing more, which I'm really grateful for.
So that's where the case stands as of now, and as you can see, the red flags are already flying. For instance, there's no evidence of where Lily and Jack went, even though they supposedly wandered off. Remember, they're not ninjas or Navy SEALs. If they actually did wander into the woods, I would have expected them to find at least something besides a random footprint after such an extensive search. Moreover, there's all the concerning things that Daniel said in that interview, which I've already analyzed, so I'm not going to rehash them here. I'll link my Lily and Jack playlist on the end card. Without further ado, let's watch this new interview.
Reading the words from a page he was handed at a vigil for his missing stepchildren, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel says it brought out a lot of emotions.
They had some RCMP speakers and people from the community, and there was even one guy who drove all the way from Sheet Harbor to come up and show his respect, so I appreciate that.
The children are believed to have wandered away from their home on May 2nd. It's been weeks and not much has turned up since, but Martel is still holding on to hope the children will be found safe.
It doesn't get any easier. I mean, 1 month has passed.
At the vigil, Martel didn't know what to expect, but people came. Strangers stood silent, held candles, and left messages.
What else can you do? It's a way they can show their emotion and as best they can, and that we haven't forgotten.
The children's mother didn't attend the vigil. Martel says the grief.
They had just like canine sniffer dogs. As far as I know, that's all they've had. I don't believe that they've brought in cadaver dogs because they don't have enough to do it. So yeah, I don't believe that they've had those types, but they have brought in standard sniffer dogs, whatever they're called. And that they followed a trail or a scent, I'm sorry, to the end of the driveway, and it stopped. It's gone. That was it.
Has been overwhelming, and online speculation hasn't helped.
Two things before we get into the statement that I played in the intro, where Daniel basically blackmails me and other online commentators. And it's this: the mother is nowhere to be found. She split the day after the kids went missing, which is a giant red flag in itself. Second, I don't like how he said that people drove from afar to pay their respects. A, because it implies that he knows that Lily and Jack are already dead, but also because he seemed to imply that the respects were also being paid to him. And he's not a celebrity or a hero or even a victim as far as I'm aware. In the best case scenario, he's a neglectful step-parent who slept while his children wandered off into the woods. In other words, this might be the first glimmers of Duper's delight, or the rush of endorphins people feel when they're getting away with a lie and fooling other people. And we saw it in another famous hoax that's all over TV right now, Sherry Papini. She and her husband Keith acted the same way when they did press, like they were celebrities with a global fan base, rather than victims who were supposed to be asking for help. All right, let's keep listening, and remember, if you feel uneasy in this next part, it's because you're literally being blackmailed.
The children's mother didn't attend the vigil. Martel says the grief has been overwhelming, and online speculation hasn't helped, especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't attack Malaya, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on our daughter, so I don't want anyone attacking Malaya anymore.
The county's warden says he understands a vigil may seem premature to some, but it's a sign of how deeply the community cares.
I always thought that perhaps it was a little early, and perhaps it would show that we were sort of accepting the inevitable, and maybe we have to. But I think there was still hope here. I don't think they were giving up.
The RCMP is still investigating this as a missing persons case and is encouraging anyone with information to reach out. Hafsa, RFC TV News, Stellarton.
I love that clip because it reiterates all three red flags all over again. How quick Daniel is to accept the kid's death when there's no proof of their death. If you've seen my analysis of any innocent parents of missing children, you'll know how rare that is. Second, we have more of Daniel's true colors starting to shine through. Besides the blackmail and the manipulation, which are extremely concerning, we have him acting as though he's in a position to instruct people on what to do online, as if he has a fan base. A neglectful parent whose kids wandered off and got lost on his watch is in no position to instruct me or you or anyone else to do anything. Finally, we have the mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, who I've been convinced is involved in the kid's disappearance ever since I first analyzed her a month ago, not even showing up to the kid's vigil, let alone skipping town the day after they disappeared. But beyond that, and this goes to co-conspirator behavior in general, we have Daniel not even questioning that suspicious behavior, even though it's plain to see to everyone else. And often that's the sign that he knows more than he's letting on. He's keeping a secret. Otherwise, why not question why she's not showing up to the vigil? Why defend her against online speculation if he supposedly knows no more than we do? Remember, his and Malaya's story is that they were both drifting in and out of sleep at the time the kids disappeared. So how could he possibly know that Malaya didn't wake up at some point and do something to the kids? Want me to continue analyzing this case? Let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
I don't know. Whatever you take from that, I don't know. I don't know what to think with this. Because it doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute. Is this something else on here too? Hang on. I have no idea, Luz. I like how you put that though. I did find this, just came out 23 hours ago. See what this shows us, if anything new in here. I don't think there is, truly.
May 2025. In the woods of Nova Scotia, 2 young children vanished from their home. No noise, no trace. Lily was 6. Jack was only 4. No shoes, no backpack, no cameras. No one saw them leave. No one heard a thing. The sliding door was shut. The scent trail ended at the driveway. The parents seemed to be hiding the truth. Why would both disappear at the same time? Why did the mother leave right after? Why is the stepdad banned from seeing their baby?
You know, that's something that was talked about, Val. Hope folks. That, like we talked about, if this whole thing was set up at one point in time to get away from him, but like many people have stated, Alicia really pushed that theory. That's dumb in a sense that all she has to do is leave him. But now here's the thing. That's a good point, the way you put that, though. If her mother came out here and did something to try and force her to leave Daniel, that makes a little bit of a sense. Just a little bit, okay? A little bit more than what we were thinking. So yeah, I can see that, Val. That makes, the way that you phrase that absolutely makes sense to me, because the mother don't like him. You can tell that. And the mother's very manipulative. She's very controlling. That could make some sense there. And I like the way you phrased it. Definitely a possibility, in my opinion. Just saying. We're not 100% sure on that one, Contessa. There's theories, rumors, and stories about it, but we don't know yet for sure. Oh, right. Yeah, and the mother seems very, very, like, controlling and forceful and mean. So yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Sister. What really happened in that house on the morning of May 2nd? Where are the children? And more importantly, how do 2 parents lose both their kids without a sound? The disappearance. Lily and Jack Sullivan lived in a remote part of Nova Scotia with their mother, Malia Brooks Murray, their baby sister Meadow, and their mother's partner, Daniel Robert Martel. Lily, the older of the 2 siblings, was 6 years old. According to her mother, she was talkative, outgoing, and full of energy. She often wore pink and was known to be closely bonded with her younger brother, Jack. Jack, just 4 years old, was quieter but still active and playful. He was frequently seen playing in the kitchen during mornings and, like many kids his age, still wore diapers and small boots. The 2 children were inseparable and formed the emotional core of the household. Their mother, Malia, was a member of the Sapekatik First Nation, a Mi'kmaq community in Nova Scotia. She had 3 children in total: Lily, Jack, and baby Meadow. Her true name was Malaya, but it often misspelled in media reports as Malia, Malehya. At the time, Malia was unemployed and had left her home community to live with Daniel in a rural, heavily wooded area near Gairloch Road. Daniel Robert Martel, 33, was not the biological father of Lily, Jack, or Meadow. He had been in a relationship with Malaya for about 3 years and lived with her and the children in a cluttered trailer home surrounded by forest. He worked only 1 day a week at a local sawmill, while spending most of his time at home. He shared the house with his own mother and several animals, including multiple cats and a dog. Importantly, Daniel had no legal custody or guardianship rights over any of the children. As for Meadow, the youngest child, she was around 1 year old at the time. It is still unclear whether Daniel was her biological father, although he referred to her as my baby girl. No documentation has confirmed any paternity. The family home was located off Gairloch.
See, that's new to me. From everything we've been told from day one, that he is Meadow's father. So I don't know where that came from. That's interesting.
Road in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, a sparsely populated area with no close neighbors, no security cameras, and only dirt roads cutting through dense forest. The house had no fencing, and the rear entrance was a sliding glass door.
Yeah, I don't know where these people get their information from, these channels that do this. We were told from the beginning by RCMP in their documents, and by him and everything else, has always referred to him as which makes perfect sense. They've been together 3 years. The baby's 18 months old. Okay, that's common sense bullshit there. I don't know why people say things like this on these channels. That's just ridiculous.
Overall living conditions were modest, described by many as poor, with limited resources and little to no safety infrastructure for small children.
I mean, I don't know what she's like as a person. I don't know that if she was out there and about, but, you know, from what we know, he's the father, period. So,
in the days leading up to May 1st, 2025, the Sullivan household appeared stable on the surface. On the afternoon of May 1st, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police confirmed that Lily and Jack were seen in public with family members. This is the last verified sighting of the children by anyone outside the household.
You guys, that sighting they're talking about that Thursday night, I want to know what family members they were seen with. That's something I think is important to know to understand some of this. Because that was the last sign of life, was that Thursday afternoon. And then Friday they're called off school at 6:30 in the morning. And then they disappear around 9:40 or earlier, 8 o'clock, somewhere in that realm. I'm sorry. They disappear somewhere from that point till 8. I think 8 a.m. is the last time they were being seen. Sorry. And then 9:40 is what I'm saying is when the call goes into to law enforcement. 911. Sorry. So who were they with that afternoon, that Thursday afternoon before? They just say family. They don't say mom, Daniel. They don't say grandma, grandpa. They just say family. I'm real curious to know who it was, because I think that maybe could give an answer. And then we find that the biological family is now involved. They hadn't been involved forever, and all of a sudden they pop up, the kids go missing, and here they are. So I gotta wonder. Because I think that Thursday afternoon, may give a lot of answers to what could have happened possibly. Just saying. And who is it that saw them? That's a good point Cat Lady made. Who is it that saw them that Thursday? To verify that. Was it on camera somewhere? Was it just an eyewitness report? You know what I mean? I'm just curious. Yeah, that's true too. Very true. Just because someone isn't blood. I'm a stepfather. I adore my stepkids. I don't even call them my stepkids. I call them my children, period. That's how that works. Yeah, very true, Stitches. That's the thing. That's already been brought up, too. Was like Madeline Soto was seen, too, but she wasn't alive anymore. Were they seen walking around in public, mobile, alive and alert? Were they seen in a vehicle? How did they need to give a little bit more detail on that so that it's understood exactly what that situation was, and possibly throw out there who they were with. Okay, so she said they were seen living, so I didn't know that. That's good to know. That answers that question. There you go.
The time was not specified, but officials referred to it simply as afternoon. From that moment on, no one, not neighbors, delivery drivers, or community members, saw or heard the children again. There were no surveillance cameras to confirm their presence, no health appointments, no digital or physical trail. There was also no indication from anyone outside the household that the children were still alive or inside the home on the night of May 1st or early morning of May 2nd. The only accounts of what happened the next morning come from the two adults in the home, Daniel and Malia. According to Daniel, sometime after sunrise, Lily came into the bedroom wearing a pink shirt, and he could hear Jack playing in the kitchen. A few minutes later, the house fell silent. When he went to check, the sliding glass door at the back of the house was shut. The children were gone. Their boots were missing. Daniel said he got in his vehicle and drove around the property looking through back trails, ditches, and wooded areas. However, it remains unclear how much time passed between when he noticed the children were missing and when he informed Malia. At 10:06 a.m. on May 2nd, a 911 call was placed by Malia Brooks Murray to report Lily and Jack missing. This 24-hour window, between the final sighting on May 1st and the 911 call on May 2nd, represents the most critical and mysterious stretch in the case. It is also the moment investigators began to question whether this was simply a case of two children wandering off.
That theory really does make a lot of sense, Siobhan. It does. Because the dogs followed him to the end of the driveway. She had the backpack based on his his report, and the backpack's still missing. It's gone. So if, like I said, little ones like to go to school. It's fun. They get to play, they color. It's fun. It's not like what we did in high school where we don't want to go. At that age, they want to go because they have more fun than they probably would at home. Okay, so they were already off Wednesday. They were off Thursday. They were probably tired of being home, and she may have wanted, like, I want to go back. You know what I'm saying? Got up, got dressed, got ready to go. Out the door she goes. And he has claimed, Daniel's claimed, as well as Malia, I believe, that Jack follows her everywhere she goes. They went together, standing there, probably waiting for the bus, like they always did. It's a grand possibility. Two little kids standing there, and a predator could have rolled by and went, and there they go. Come on, guys, let's go. What are you doing? Waiting for the bus to go to school. I'll take you to school. Come on. Oh, okay. If they don't understand stranger danger, think about that for a minute. That could have very easily happened, because that's how these idiots and these predators think and act, okay? I could just see somebody pulling up and stopping and going, hey, guys, what are you doing? We're going to school, waiting for the bus. I'll take you. Come on, hop in. Off they go. It's sad, it's scary, and it's sick, but it's very possible, folks. Think about that. That makes a lot of sense to me. That explains the dog. That explains the whole thing. Because, again, that backpack thing, I think, is key. Because if it's nowhere around to be found, that can make some sense. Or, yes, there's the grand possibility of a foul play situation or something else. But that right there, with everything else that has gone on that has been shown to us so far, it does make some sense as well. It's just a thought.
Or something far more deliberate and far more sinister. The search for Lilly and Jack Sullivan. The formal investigation began at exactly 10:06 a.m. on May 2nd.
It could, Luz. It could. Like I said, I looked into the trafficking and the abduction stuff going on in this area. Pictou County's bad. There's a lot of it that's happened since 23. Quite a few situations have happened and almost happened. Like there was one that almost happened in April. Even though in the beginning of this, I thought, nah, that doesn't sound right because it's such a rural area, right? Well, now that I think of that, after I watched it, I went back and looked and I said, it is a very rural area. So in turn, what better way to do it? Because nobody's going to see you. There's not that much traffic. The neighbors aren't close. Nobody's going to see you pick up these kids and go off with them. That's a whole other story, Amy. That's the thing that doesn't make sense to most of us is the mother left. But I feel like the mother was forced to leave in some sense too, because we heard that there was a disagreement in the driveway, at the end of the driveway, actually, from what we were told, between Daniel, his family, Malaya, and her family, and her cousin, and I think her mother. So it would be Malaya's aunt, okay? That they were all fighting. To the point where RCMP had to step in and say, okay, come on, that's enough. We're looking for kids here, blah, blah, blah. And Malaya's family was accusing Daniel of being involved in this, and they went back and forth, back and forth. Daniel's mother, who owns that property, threw them off the property. There's that. Daniel says that, what's up, Gianna? Good to see you. Daniel says that the original plan was that Malaya was going to stay there with Daniel and the baby, was going to go to Daniel's cousin Logan, and they were going to look for the kids. Malaya's mother comes around, gets involved, gets in Malaya's ear for 5 or 10 minutes or so, and next thing you know, during the middle of the press conference, Malaya goes to the back of an ambulance because she's having some kind of an anxiety attack or something, and then the next day, they're gone and haven't been seen or heard from since. That's a weird situation, and that makes this mother look very, very shady, in my opinion. I agree. And I think that's why a lot of people question her, because she left without the kids. Now, me as a parent and most of us in here would never have left that property, whether they were forced to or not. Like I said, I'd have been camping on the side of the road, right off the property if I had to. My kids missing there, I'm staying there till I find them. We don't know what her mother said to her. We don't know what her mother is holding over her head. We don't know what her mother has done to manipulate her to get her out of that area. So I don't know, you guys. There's a lot to this that doesn't make sense. Michael Green, Chili Chicken, hello. It could. It very well could have been somebody they know. There's a many angles that this could be looked at from. I'm just trying to make any of them make any kind of sense, guys. That's truly my biggest issue with this. Some things make sense, some things don't.
2025, when Malaya Brooks Murray called 911 to report her children missing. What immediately raised questions was the fact that Daniel Martel, the adult who first noticed the children were gone, was not the one to make the call. This left a troubling gap in the timeline. RCMP officers arrived at the scene later that day and launched an immediate emergency search operation. The effort included ground teams, thermal drones, search dogs, low-flying aircraft, and support from civil air search and rescue. Despite the massive scale, there were no signs of forced entry, no physical evidence of foul play, no signs of an accident. No one outside the household could verify that the children had been seen that morning. The entire narrative depended solely on the word of two people. On May 3rd, search efforts expanded further into the woods, trails, ditches, and creeks surrounding the remote home. Yet no physical trace was found.
That's exactly what I worry about, Yvonne. I don't want this to end up like Summer or Sebastian or any cases like that because it looks like it could. That's what bugs me about this.
No shoes, clothing, toys, blood, hair, or DNA. That same day, the RCMP officially upgraded the case to a criminal investigation. The home was sealed as a potential crime scene. Forensic teams, homicide investigators, and digital analysts were brought in to review every inch of the property and the digital footprint of the adults involved. Between May 4th and 6th, specialized divers from the underwater recovery team searched nearby bodies of water, including ponds, streams, and drain.
This is Jack and Lily, Gianna, and Raquel. Yeah, if they were sick, then yes, I agree. And here's the biggest thing, folks, with this entire thing with me. One or both of these parents should have been wide awake, up and moving around if these kids were home and up and moving. That's all. That's my biggest issue with them right now, okay? They definitely should have been up, and then we wouldn't even be sitting here having this conversation, dealing with these children. That's all I'm saying.
Drainage areas. Once again, they found nothing. Not even the items Daniel claimed had disappeared with the children. A small backpack and a pair of boots were recovered. This total lack of traceable evidence raised even more doubts. How could two children vanish so completely without leaving behind so much as a footprint? On May 7th, after 5 fruitless days, the RCMP reduced the scale of the ground search. They issued a public statement saying that if the children were still in the forest, their chances of survival were extremely slim. Investigators called on anyone who had dashboard camera footage.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. One or both of them should have been, either one of them or both of them should have been up. She said, you can ask Daniel the same question. Why weren't they up? That's my question. Why were you not up with your kids? 8 a.m. Well, she was up at 6 or 6:30 enough to call them out of school. Why weren't you up with them at 8 o'clock or 7:30? Or why didn't you just stay up with them if they were up and moving? Or if they weren't up yet, when you first heard them get up, why didn't you get up and deal with them? I understand you're probably tired. You have a baby. We've all done this, folks, as parents. You do what you got to do and you deal with your children. Just saying. That's a great way to put it too, Callie. I know what you're saying. While Raquel says they were up and they were lying. It's possible, Raquel. It is possible. Yeah, that's me too, Gianna. That's what it is. These kids are the ones that lose out. All of them. Either parent or both parents should have been up. One or both is what I've been saying. Period. There's no two ways to look at it.
Footage from April 28th to May 2nd, especially from the area around Gairloch Road, to turn it in. But nothing surfaced that placed Lily or Jack anywhere after May 1st. No trail, no witness, no camera caught them leaving or arriving. It was as if they vanished into thin air. Between May 8th and 11th, investigators interviewed 35 individuals, including neighbors, delivery drivers, and community members. They also processed more than 180 tips, which included home security footage and vehicle dash cams. Despite this, no one aside from Daniel and Malia could confirm seeing the children after the afternoon of May 1st. And even more disturbingly, there was no digital trace of the children, no recent appointments, photos, or messages. From May 12th onward, the investigation became more opaque. RCMP continued to process tips and conduct interviews, but never named any suspects. They also refused to classify the case as a kidnapping, instead referring to it as suspicious missing persons case. This ambiguous language frustrated the public and fueled speculation about the nature of the investigation. Some began to question whether the hesitation to use the word abduction was a deliberate attempt to avoid drawing national attention. Adding to the mystery, RCMP partnered with satellite imaging companies like Maxar and Planet Labs to scan the area. Analysts discovered a rectangular patch of disturbed ground near the Sullivan home, roughly 2 meters long. The timing of its appearance and disappearance coincided with the children's vanishing. The data was never confirmed as part of the case, but it quietly shifted the focus of the investigation toward potential concealment of evidence or foul play. Still, no arrests were made. No warrants were issued publicly. Meanwhile, Daniel Martel allowed media crews to film inside the home, even though it had been officially sealed as a crime scene. He gave guided tours, showing the children's bedroom and the kitchen where he claimed Jack had last been heard playing. Viewers were shocked. In most criminal investigations involving children, even grieving parents refrain from compromising a potential crime scene. Daniel's behavior stood out as unusually composed, calm, controlled, even performative. At no point did he publicly express raw emotion or mention either child by name more than once or twice. While Daniel stayed in the public eye, Malia disappeared from it entirely. According to RCMP, she had been advised not to speak to the press. But her complete withdrawal, no vigil appearances, no interviews, no open letters, was seen by many as odd, even concerning. In previous high-profile child disappearances, parents often make pleas through the media, begging for their children's return. In this case, the silence was deafening. Equally puzzling was the absence of an AMBR alert, despite both children being under the age of 7. The RCMP later explained that the case did not meet the legal criteria, which require evidence of an abduction. Critics argued that waiting abduction confirmation defeats the urgency such alerts are meant to address. The lack of an alert likely delayed public awareness and reduced early leads. Perhaps most unusual of all was the lack of visible psychological support from militia. In similar cases, police departments often ensure that parents receive trauma counseling or mental health check-ins. There was no mention of such efforts here. Was it withheld? Declined? Never offered? No one knows. And while trauma affects people in different ways, the lack of any observable reaction raised further questions. All of these elements, mixed messaging, a missing digital trail, inconsistent behavior, and unexplained silence, combined to create a haunting sense that this was not simply a case of children wandering off. As days became weeks and leads turned cold, one thing became increasingly cleared. Whatever happened to Lilly and Jack Sullivan, it didn't happen by chance. It happened by design. Untrustworthy statements and moves. From the beginning of the investigation, it became increasingly clear this was no ordinary missing child case. The patterns didn't match. Too many things that should have been there were simply absent. No one outside the home saw or heard anything. No dogs barking. No cries for help. Not even a dropped boot. And that silence, it wasn't just around the woods. It was inside the house too. The behavior of those closest to the children only deepened the unease. There were no public pleas, no emotional breakdowns, no urgency. Just scripted words and strange calm. At times, it felt like they were hiding something, or worse, protecting someone, as if they knew the truth. But for whatever reason, they couldn't, or wouldn't, say it aloud. From the moment Daniel Martel began speaking about the disappearance of Lilly and Jack, something felt off. He was calm, too calm. He told investigators that Lilly had walked into the bedroom wearing a pink shirt, while Jack was making noise in the kitchen. A few minutes later, silence. When he got up to check, they were gone, just like that. No sound, no struggle, no explanation. He claims he immediately began driving around the property, looking through ditches and forest trails. But what no one could ever figure out was how much time actually passed between the moment he says he noticed the children were gone and the time 911 was called. Because that call? It wasn't made by him. It was made by Malia at exactly 10:06 a.m. That gap in time is one of the most alarming holes in this entire timeline. What was Daniel doing during that period? Why didn't he, the adult present, call for help himself? The silence is not just literal, it's behavioral. There were no signs of panic, no desperation in his voice, no urgency in his words.
What I want to know is what went on between 8 a.m., the time we heard on the 911 dispatch, to 10:06 when the call was made. That's 2 hours. What was going on? Did they drive around the area looking all for 2 hours and just then decide to call? Or what? That's my biggest question with that scenario there, and it just bugs me a bit, that's all.
In every interview since, Daniel has repeated the same phrases. One, in particular, stands out. They were just gone. I looked out the window, and I thought they might have wandered into the woods. It's a strange way to phrase the disappearance of 2 small children. There's no emotion in that sentence, just passive observation, like he was talking about a missing shoe, not 2 living, breathing kids. Even more unsettling is his refusal to use their names. In interviews, he almost never refers to Lily or Jack directly. He says, they, the kids, those two. It's a subtle linguistic detachment, but it matters. It's as if he's speaking about strangers, not two children he helped raise for over 3 years. In one video, Daniel refers to Jack as Jackie. That's not how anyone else has ever referred to the boy. It caught viewers off guard, not just because it was unfamiliar, but because it felt oddly impersonal. Using an unexpected nickname in such a serious context gave the impression that Daniel was disconnected from the children, emotionally and even psychologically. Then came a statement that hit harder than any other. I'm not their father. I had no rights over them. That one sentence speaks volumes. It's a rejection, not just of legal responsibility, but of emotional connection. It's also, perhaps, his attempt to explain why he didn't call 911. But more than anything, it highlights a deep lack of ownership in a moment when most parental figures would be breaking down, begging for help, doing anything to find the children. Stranger still, Daniel repeatedly brings up his own trauma in interviews. He says he was a victim of domestic abuse. He hints that Malia, the children's mother, was violent. He talks about being misunderstood, being pushed away, being abandoned. All of this might be relevant in another story, but not here. Not now. Because what's missing in all of his media appearances is a single, desperate plea for Lily and Jack. There's no, please, help me find them. No, I miss them every second. Instead, his focus always circles back to himself. His pain, his side of the story. This behavior isn't just odd, it's strategic. Experts in behavioral analysis call it redirecting narrative. The more he talks about himself, the less he has to talk about the kids. And the more he emphasizes his own victimhood, the more sympathy he quietly tries to gain, even as 2 children remain missing. The emotional void in Daniel's interviews is impossible to ignore. There's no tremble in his voice, no breakdown, no visible struggle to hold it together. Everything he says sounds rehearsed, calculated, even distant. And when you compare his tone to other parents in similar tragedies, the contrast is stark. Most parents can't even get through a sentence without crying. Daniel, he barely flinches. When a person loses children under suspicious circumstances, their language says more than any police report ever could. In Daniel Martel's case, it wasn't what he said, it was how he said it, and what he chose not to say at all. On the other side, one of the most haunting elements was the near, complete absence of the children's mother, Malia Brooks Murray.
Unless he was sleeping, cat lady, or vice versa. And that was talked about, so that's possible too. Welcome, Miss Amir. Good to see ya.
In most missing child cases, the mother is often the emotional center, pleading for help, breaking down in front of cameras, doing anything to bring her children home. But here, there was none of that. No interviews. No statements. No public presence at all. To this day, Malia has never appeared publicly to speak about the disappearance of Lily and Jack. The RCMP later stated that she was advised not to speak to the media. While some accepted this as standard police protocol during an active investigation, many others found it disturbing, even unnatural. Her voice, her perspective, has been completely missing from the narrative. And in that silence, suspicion grew. On May 2nd, 2025, it was Malia, not Daniel, who called 911 at 10:06 a.m. to report the children missing. While the full transcript of that call was never released, sources close to the case described her tone as calm, cold, and not panicked, a description that only added to the unease. For a mother who had just been told her 2 young children had vanished without a trace, many expected distress, hysteria, or urgency. Instead, they got calm detachment. And then came her next move, one that would define much of the public's perception of her. Within hours of the incident, Malia left the home she shared with Daniel Martel, taking her youngest child, Meadow, with her. She moved in with relatives and cut off all communication with Daniel. She didn't return to the scene. She didn't help with searches. She didn't appear at any community vigils or events. Most chilling of all, she never shared a photo, a plea, or even a post asking for help finding her children. This behavior sparked division and debate across the community. Some said she was simply doing what the police told her to do, that staying silent and out of the spotlight was a way to protect herself and her surviving child. But others couldn't accept that explanation. What kind of mother doesn't speak their children's names? If your kids are missing, how do you stay quiet? These were the questions that began circulating on social media, on the internet, and around the dinner tables of Nova Scotia. Her silence became a void, one that was filled with rumors, theories, and suspicion. Some believed she knew something, but was afraid to say it. Others believed she was being shielded. And then there were those who wondered if her silence wasn't about fear, but about guilt. Absence is never neutral. When someone who should be screaming for help chooses instead to disappear into silence, that silence becomes a statement of its own. And for many watching this case unfold, Malia's absence felt louder than any words she could have said. So, who are wearing, or even hiding the truth. Neither Daniel nor Malia ever expressed the kind of raw, aching heartbreak you would expect from parents whose children had vanished without a trace. From what we saw,
That's my point too, Val. Anybody that is more worried about changing their Facebook status than where your kids are, come on. That's weak, folks. That's just pathetic to me. Whether you break up or don't break up, or what okay, you break up with them, you take things that she took time out of her day that should have been a complete distraught mess, worrying about her kids, to go onto Facebook and change her relationship status and take pictures of him down. That's pathetic. I'm sorry. It's very immature, and it should be the last thing you're thinking about. You should be thinking about your kids, period. But she had time to do that mentally. I just don't get that.
Division of roles between Daniel and Malia was stark and deeply bizarre. Daniel, on one hand, leaned into the media. He welcomed film.
I gotta wonder that too, LL, because we know that the mother answered the phone a couple times, said Malia's phone, blah, 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 that she was heard in the background saying, who you talking to? Get off that phone. So if her mom had the phone and has passwords, then maybe she did it herself. Who knows? That's a good point. That's a good point.
Crews into the house, gave interviews, and offered carefully worded statements to news outlets. It was as if he had decided to control the narrative from the inside. Meanwhile, Malia disappeared completely, refusing to speak, even when the community gathered for vigils and prayers. This strange dynamic, one too visible, the other completely invisible, only fueled public suspicion. And it got worse. Neither Daniel nor Malia ever acknowledged personal responsibility. In every clip, in every quote, they presented themselves as bystanders, observers, as if this tragedy had happened around them, not through them. They didn't say, I should have been more watchful. They didn't say, I blame myself. They didn't even say, I wish I'd done something differently. Not once. That kind of absence of guilt, of regret, of ownership, is hard to overlook. In fact, it may be one of the most chilling aspects of this case. Because when two young children vanish into thin air, the silence of their guardians doesn't just speak, it screams. The missing links. As mentioned, from the earliest stages of the investigation, one unsettling truth kept surfacing. There was no trace of Lilly or Jack Sullivan. Not a footprint. Not a scrap of clothing. Not a broken branch, or even the impression of movement through the muddy ground. Despite the deployment of search dogs, drones, underwater teams, and heat sensing technology, authorities found nothing. In nearly every other missing child case, there's something left behind: a shoe, a toy, a trail. But here, the forest remained silent, undisturbed, as if the children had never existed. There were no signs of forced entry at the home. The sliding glass door that Daniel claimed the children might have exited through was not ajar, not damaged, and with no visible tampering. No pry marks. No broken locks. Even more troubling, no one nearby, no neighbors, no passersby, no utility workers reported seeing anyone unfamiliar near the property. Dashcam footage collected from nearby roads showed nothing. No headlights. No strange vehicles. No activity. The house sits deep in a wooded area with only a single dirt road in and out, and yet no evidence of an intruder or an escape. Daniel also described what the children were wearing. Lilly in a pink shirt, Jack in pajamas, with boots and a backpack. But not a single person could confirm the children wore those clothes. Without visual confirmation, law enforcement had no accurate physical descriptions to use during search efforts. And that kind of uncertainty can cost lives. Digital forensics yielded the same frustrating emptiness. There were no outgoing signals from any devices linked to the children, no activity on tablets, phones, or security systems. No GPS pings, no outgoing calls, no signs of digital movement from the house. Even though RCMP requested dashcam footage from vehicles traveling near Gerlach Road between April 28 and May 2, they received zero useful leads. Not a single image of the children. Not one recording of any suspicious motion near the house. The last verified sighting of Lilly and Jack was on the afternoon of May 1st. After that, the trail ends. No one, not neighbors, not delivery drivers, not anyone in the community, heard anything. No sounds of struggle, no cries for help, no barking dogs. Even inside the house, there was no sign of chaos or panic, just silence. The moment investigators began piecing together the timeline, they were confronted with one troubling pattern. Nearly every critical detail came from a single person, Daniel Martel. Malia, their mother, never confirmed that she saw or heard her children that morning. That means everything we think we know about the final hours of the children's lives rests entirely on Daniel's account. Unverified, unsupported, and uncorroborated. One of the most disturbing details involves the children's boots and backpack. Daniel stated that both children were wearing boots, and that Lilly had a small backpack when they vanished. Yet those items were never recovered. The terrain was soft and muddy in places, ideal for tracking footprints or dropped objects. And still, nothing was found. No clothing, no scattered contents, no tracks. Investigators noted that it was highly suspicious for such items to simply disappear without a trace. Then came an unexpected lead, not from ground searches, but from space. Using satellite imagery from Maxar and Planet Labs, AI analysis detected a strange rectangular patch of disturbed Earth roughly.
Yes, Gian, I got one yesterday. Thank you so much. And the one before that, yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Again, we never, ever, ever expect anybody for donations here, guys, but we absolutely appreciate it. It absolutely helps to keep my channel going. So thank you and God bless so much, Gianna.
2 meters wide. The anomaly appeared in an area not frequented by the family, and then disappeared shortly after the children went missing. While RCMP have not confirmed this location as a crime scene, the discovery shifted the focus of the investigation, suggesting the possibility of an intentional burial or concealed evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Yet the greatest mystery might not be outside in the woods, but inside the home itself. To this day, no third party has confirmed seeing Lily or Jack inside the house on the morning of May 2. Daniel allowed a video crew to film parts of the home after the incident, even as RCMP considered it a sealed crime scene. And what was captured on camera raised even more questions. The house appeared oddly clean. No cereal bowls. No clutter. Then there was the question of their beds.
See, I don't like that. The house appeared oddly clean. So maybe they're just clean. That's a dumb statement to make. Some people are clean. Just because the outside looks like that doesn't mean the inside of it's clean. Or not clean. That's ridiculous. Come on. No, thank you, Gianna. You're amazing. I really appreciate you so much.
In forensic investigations, signs of whether a bed has been slept in, flattened pillows, creased blankets, indentation in the mattress, can be crucial. But in this case, there was no mention of such details. It was never confirmed that the children had even woken up that morning. That absence left investigators wondering whether the story being told was a complete fabrication. The kitchen told a similar story. Daniel said Jack had been playing in the kitchen. But officers noted there were no dishes, no spilled milk, no open cereal boxes, nothing that would suggest a typical morning routine in a home with 2 toddlers. No breakfast, no signs of activity, no mess. And in a household with multiple animals, there was also no noticeable odor, no visible fur, and no fresh disarray. It was all too clean, too quiet. Perhaps most damning of all was the timing of the 911 call. It wasn't made until 10:06 a.m. Daniel claims he realized the children were missing shortly after sunrise, possibly as early as 600 or 700 a.m. That means there was a 3 to 4 hour delay before calling for help. In missing child cases, the first hour, known as the golden hour, is critical. Every minute matters. But here, the response was curiously slow, suggesting that those in the house may not have been panicked at all. The behavior of Malia also raised questions. What time did she wake up? Did she check on her children? Did she speak to them? No one knows. Her silence on these basic matters, as well as the absence of any digital communication between her and Daniel that morning, made analysts suspicious. There was no record of Daniel texting or calling her before she made the 911 call. And if he truly believed the children were gone, contacting their mother, who was in the same home, should have been his first move. All of this adds up to a chilling reality. This might not be a spontaneous disappearance. This was a controlled environment, one where evidence was either never left or meticulously removed. The house was too clean, the timelines too loose, the behavior too calm. The clues, or lack thereof, suggest preparation. In real missing child cases, there's chaos, emotion, desperation. Parents call for help immediately. They tear through the woods. They scream. They cry. But in this case, none of that happened. Instead, there was silence, control, and an eerie sense that someone inside that house already knew the children were never coming back. From the moment Lily and Jack Sullivan were reported missing on May 2, 2025, it became clear that their family unit had already collapsed. Immediately after the children vanished, Malia Brooks Murray left the home on Gairloch Road, taking her youngest daughter, Meadow, with her. She never returned, never contacted Daniel Martel again, the man she had lived with for over 3 years. Her own family took her in, and since that day, Malia disappeared from the public eye. RCMP stated that Malia was advised not to speak publicly due to the ongoing investigation. But silence, in situations involving missing children, is rarely neutral. It quickly divided the public. Some sympathized, believing she was following legal counsel and protecting her remaining child. Others were skeptical. What kind of mother doesn't fight publicly for her missing kids? The lack of emotion, the absence of pleas or interviews, raised serious doubts. She wasn't seen at memorials. She didn't post online. She didn't join any searches. Meanwhile, Daniel Martel remained at the house. But more troubling was his isolation. Malia's family cut ties with him completely. No one from her side reached out or stood by him. In an interview, Daniel admitted, "Her family, they believe I did something. I never saw them again after that." Daniel had no legal rights over Lily, Jack, or even Meadow. Though he had lived with all 3 children for years, he wasn't their father by law or biology. After the disappearance, Child Protective Services intervened and barred him from contacting Meadow. That action speaks volumes. Even without public accusations, authorities saw enough reason to prevent him from being near a toddler. Daniel, in response, told reporters, "I'm not their father, so I don't have any rights." A sentence like that cuts deep. It's not just factual, it's distancing, it's cold, and it made many wonder how invested he truly was in the children's lives. Even Meadow's status remains unclear. Daniel often referred to her as "my baby girl," but there is no legal record confirming he is her father. If he wasn't, why did he speak as if he were? And if he was, why was he barred from seeing her? This ambiguity adds another layer of confusion to a case already clouded by uncertainty. Perhaps the most haunting detail is this: Daniel appears utterly alone. In every clip, every interview, he stands by himself. No one sits beside him. No one advocates for him. No neighbor. No friend. No relative. It's hard not to wonder, was this how others saw him even before Lily and Jack disappeared? Was he always isolated? Or did people choose to distance themselves after something they knew or suspected? Notably, the biological father of Lily and Jack has never been mentioned by anyone. No name, no involvement, no public plea, no presence at vigils. This absence raises uncomfortable possibilities. Was he barred from contact? Was he deceased? Or was he simply never involved? Whatever the reason, it left Lily and Jack even more vulnerable, with no paternal figure fighting for them in the wake of their disappearance. Even before May 2nd, this wasn't a stable home. Malia had distanced herself from her indigenous community when she moved in with Daniel, a white man living off-grid. Tensions likely existed long before the tragedy. Meanwhile, the household was reportedly cluttered, full of animals, and disconnected from normal social.
Whoa, Miss Noel, good morning, afternoon, and good Lord Almighty, thank you so much for the super chat. Number 74, good morning, Dago. Thank you all for all you do. I love seeing you in other chats. That's awesome, in my opinion. And I love seeing you in other chats as well, Miss Noel. God bless. That's so amazing. You're an angel, I swear to God. Wow. Thank you so much, Noel. And truly know how much we love you in this community. Not just because of this, just in general. I see you in other chats, and I like the fact that you're open to other things just as much as we are, and that's amazing. I love that you have an open mind like everybody else. So very amazing. God bless, Noel. God bless. Oh my God, no! Don't ever feel like that, Gianna. That has nothing. It's not about. I don't care if it's a penny. It's the thought that you felt the need to want to even think about doing it. Okay, please don't ever feel that way, please, at all, ever. Okay, even if you don't give anything, you're here. That's what matters to us, is that you're here. You're part of this family, this community. So please don't ever think down on yourself or anything like that ever.
Systems. There were no confirmed school records, no medical histories available, no proof of government support. In many ways, the children seemed to exist off the grid, unprotected and undocumented. Neither Daniel nor Malia retained public legal counsel. In cases like this, it's standard to see parents protected by lawyers, issuing statements, clarifying timelines, or managing media. The lack of legal representation is troubling. It could suggest they had no resources, or it could imply they were both trying to lay low. The separation of the family. From the very start, the Sullivan case wasn't just about 2 missing children. It was about a broken family and a silence that felt too coordinated to ignore. After Lily and Jack vanished, their mother, Malia Brooks Murray, immediately left the home with her infant daughter, Meadow. She never returned. She cut off all contact with her partner of 3 years, Daniel Martell, and went back to live with her own family. Since then, she has disappeared from the public eye entirely. This sudden split exposed the deep fractures that had likely existed long before May 2nd. The RCMP claimed she was advised not to speak publicly due to the ongoing investigation. Still, many questioned her complete withdrawal. Others defended her, suggesting trauma, fear, or pressure from authorities might explain her silence. Meanwhile, Daniel stayed behind. He told his side of the story repeatedly, but failed to offer any new evidence. Perhaps more telling was his complete isolation. No one from Malia's side supported him. In fact, Daniel himself said, "Her family, they believe I did something. I never saw them again after that." Soon after the disappearance, Child Protective Services stepped in. Since Daniel had no legal custody rights to Meadow, CPS barred him from contacting her. This wasn't just a procedural move. It was a precaution. Without stating it outright, the system...
I don't want anybody to ever feel that way, especially not about money, you guys. The thing that's worth everything to me, more than anything in the world could be, is your presence here and your support. That means everything. I appreciate the donations. It helps to keep my channel going. But your presence and your support is worth more to me than anything. So please understand that. Don't ever feel bad, anyone. Please.
The system was signaling that Daniel could be a risk. Not charged, not convicted, but flagged. There were other troubling signs. No one could confirm that Daniel was Meadow's biological father, even though he referred to her as my baby girl. No legal documents were provided. If he was her father, why was CPS able to bar him so easily? And if he wasn't, why claim her so personally? The ambiguity added another layer of suspicion. The distrust went both ways. Malia's family had long disapproved of her relationship with Daniel. She was Mi'kmaq, from the Sapay-Katik First Nation.
And so do you to me, Cat Lady, to all of us. And I love all of you as well, Gianna. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for all of you, truly. So, some people have the ability to do things like that. Some people don't. It doesn't make us any different. We're all one big family here. I love and adore every single person in here more than you guys could imagine. Hence the reason why I get worried when I don't see people for a while. And we're a family. That's how I look at it. That's how I'm always going to look at it. That's how it's always going to be for me. You guys, every one of you means the same to me. You're all amazing. You're in my hearts. And that's why I'm here every single day. So don't anybody ever feel any kind of way about nothing like that, please.
He was a white man living in isolation, far from her roots. Her decision to leave her community for a life in the woods may have
Why would he have no legal right to Meadow just because they weren't married? Well, no. I think earlier on in the video, they claimed that there was no documentation proving that he was the father. I think that's ridiculous. I think he is. I'm pretty sure he is. That should have never been said. There's no reason to ever believe that he's not. Okay, so that's just ridiculous to me. But I think they're covering all the bases on here, which in some senses is ridiculous because in YouTube land, when you make a statement like that, there's somebody out there that will take that and will run with it and run a marathon and say, oh, he wasn't her dad. No, guys, we know better than from what we learned from the very beginning. That's her father, period. So until they come out and say that that's not her father, that's the way we should look at it. But until then, as far as I'm concerned, Daniel is Meadow's father, period. So
strained her family ties. But after the disappearance, there was no question where their loyalty stood. They welcomed her and Meadow back, and never spoke Daniel's name again. Strangely, throughout all the reports, there was never a mention of Lily and Jack's biological father. Not his name, not his presence, not even a comment. His total absence created a dangerous legal vacuum. Without a legal parent or guardian demanding answers, the case risked fading from public pressure. These children had no one with legal standing to fight for them. Perhaps the most chilling part, there was never a united front. Not once did Daniel and Malia appear together, speak together, or issue a joint plea. In most cases involving missing children, parents, no matter how strained, put aside their differences for their kids. Not here. They stayed apart, said nothing about each other, acted like two people who knew it was safer not to talk. And if that wasn't enough, neither party ever retained a legal spokesperson. No lawyers. No public statements crafted by professionals. For two adults potentially under investigation, this was unusual. Most people in such cases hire counsel to protect themselves or prepare for what's to come. But Daniel and Malia, silence. Either they didn't have the means, or they didn't want the attention. Or perhaps they were waiting to see who would break first. Even beyond the home, silence echoed. There were no records of Lily or Jack attending press school, or receiving regular medical care. No school photos. No pediatric visits. No digital trail. It was as if they had been hidden from the system long before they vanished. And hiding children, intentionally or not, always raises red flags. Technology and breakthrough. After the initial 5 days of intense physical searches yielded no results, no footprints, no fabric, no backpacks, not even strands of hair, RCMP shifted their focus from boots on the ground tactics to a digital and aerial strategy. The move signaled a turning point in the case. If no trace could be found on land, perhaps the answers lay in the sky or in unseen data. In collaboration with commercial satellite providers Maxar Technologies and Planet Labs, RCMP secured access to high-resolution satellite imagery spanning before, during, and after May 1st and SIND 2025, analysts and AI systems began scanning for minute changes in terrain, unusual object movement, or disruptions that could suggest human activity. What they found sparked even more questions than answers. As mentioned, the most haunting discovery was a rectangular patch of disturbed earth, approximately 2 meters long, detected in a forested area not far from a Sullivan property. The spot wasn't near any trails or construction sites. It appeared suddenly and was gone within days. The AI system flagged it as anomalous due to its shape, timing, and location. While RCMP never officially confirmed whether the patch was excavated or examined, the find marked the case's transition into a potential criminal investigation. AI also flagged a gray SUV that drove past the Sullivan home 4 times over a 2-week span. It always passed by around 7 a.m. and paused briefly at the same intersection before disappearing. The pattern was not only unusual, it was also undocumented by anyone involved in the case. No resident, no family member, no visitor had ever admitted to owning such a vehicle. Even more unsettling was the AI's recognition of a woman in a wide-brimmed hat who appeared on 2 separate community cameras over 5 days. Each time, she was seen in distant, unrelated neighborhoods, once 1.2 kilometers from the home, another in a commercial area near a now abandoned shopping complex. Her identity remains unknown and her presence unexplained. AI analysis didn't stop there. By feeding satellite data into specialized algorithms, the system detected subtle variations that would be invisible to the human eye. Soil displacement, vehicle path deviations, shifting shadows that suggested recent digging or concealed objects. While these details weren't conclusive on their own, they painted a picture that contradicted Daniel Martel's calm narrative of 2 children simply walking off. Simultaneously, RCM collected more than 180 digital submissions from community members, dashcam footage, drone visuals, and CCTV from homes and businesses along Gerlach Road and the surrounding area. While most yielded nothing of note, a few sparked deeper interest. For example, one neighbor's camera captured a faint pink blanket and a shadowy figure at a time inconsistent with Daniel's reported timeline. RCMP did not confirm whether the blanket was linked to Lilly, but its appearance raised concerns. There was also a troubling void in technical corroboration. Daniel said he drove around looking for the kids after realizing they were missing. But no GPS data, vehicle tracking logs, or dashcam footage could support this claim. Likewise, no one could confirm what time Malihia Brooks Murray woke up, or if she had interacted with the children that morning. No messages or calls were exchanged between the 2 adults from sunrise until the 911 call at 10:06 a.m., a delay that remains both baffling and suspicious. Efforts to scan the forest using thermal drones between May 2nd and May 6th came up empty. Not a single heat signature suggested the presence of small children or recently displaced objects. Investigators expected to, at least, rule out accidental hiding or wandering, but the data gave them nothing. Even the weather and environmental factors, typically checked in rural disappearances, were never publicly disclosed. No records of ambient sound levels. No confirmation of wind, fog, or moonlight. In remote investigations, these cues can determine whether cries for help might have been heard, or if an intruder could have approached undetected. Finally, despite receiving extensive footage from camera submissions,
it was said before, SRB, that it was her. I can't find where, but I do remember hearing that it was her.
RCMP never revealed which clips, if any, were relevant. They never identified.
That's what I thought, 2 Stitches. That's true, unless they had a landline phone, which is a very good possibility. I don't know for a fact, but unless they had a landline phone, they had to drive. She had to go a distance to get a signal to be able to make that call. So that's true.
Identified the car near the abandoned strip mall 800 meters away. They never clarified if the rectangular soil patch was disturbed ground or a red herring. They said nothing about the possibility of a link between the woman in the hat and the SUV. In cases like this, where silence dominates the physical and digital landscape, sometimes what isn't found is more telling than what is. The data trail, or lack thereof, painted a chilling possibility. Whatever happened to Lilly and Jack, it didn't happen outside. It happened inside. And someone worked hard to erase every trace. Community drives their way. The Sullivan case obviously was beyond a normal chill from disappearance. Community response quickly evolved beyond sorrow. What emerged was a storm of suspicion, outrage, and desperate inquiry. Not only directed at the family, but at law enforcement, the justice system, and the growing sense that something critical was being kept in the dark. The silence from the Sapaicatic First Nation was one of the first red flags. Lilly and Jack were of Mi'kmaq descent, and yet, no official representative from their indigenous community ever spoke publicly. For some, the explanation was cultural or procedural. But for others, the silence pointed to something deeper. It was suggested that Malaya had distanced herself long ago by leaving her community to live with Daniel Martel, a white man in rural isolation. Perhaps she was no longer seen as part of the community. Or perhaps the case had become too sensitive internally, and silence was chosen as a shield. As the family withdrew, the public stepped forward.
Exactly, Noel. Very true. Very, very true.
Volunteers from Gerlach and surrounding areas organized their own searches through forests, fields, and abandoned structures. They held candlelight vigils, distributed flyers, and gathered to remember two children who, even in their disappearance, seemed forgotten by the very people who should have fought for them. Notably, Daniel and Malia never appeared at any of these events. The absence of the parents at community-led efforts caused anger to fester. If they won't show up, do they even want the kids found? Became a common refrain. Online, the case exploded. On the internet and various crime forums, internet sleuths launched deep dives into every available detail. Timelines were scrutinized. Transcripts were dissected. Screenshots of Daniel's interviews were analyzed frame by frame, but the real fury was aimed at the RCMP. As the days dragged on with little public update, trust in law enforcement began to erode. Why hadn't they released the coordinates of the rectangular soil disturbance found via satellite? Had they excavated it or not? Why wasn't the gray SUV seen circling the area publicly addressed? What about the woman in the wide, brimmed hat seen twice within a 1.2 kilometers radius? The refusal to disclose even basic information.
That's a big one for me, Yvonne. I think a few of us have issues with that. That she tried and tried multiple times to have the kids' status declared as native and was failed. And then as soon as the kids go missing, boom, they declare them native. They got that status, and Meadow didn't get it. That's very strange to me. I'm just saying. And that threw up a couple red flags for me almost immediately when I heard that. So yes. Yeah, Daniel was at the vigil. Malaya was not. Malaya's family was not there. Just Daniel and his family. So that's another flag for me. Just say it.
Led many to believe that the RCMP either didn't have control of the case or were intentionally withholding something. Social media debates grew toxic. One camp accused the police of incompetence or cover-up, citing a long history of mishandled cases involving indigenous children. Another group warned against making assumptions without legal evidence. The tension escalated as conspiracy theories took root, fueled by the total lack of clear answers. The absence of a unified family presence made it worse. In most missing child cases, even estranged parents come together.
No, he was there, Virginia. There's video of him there during the thing. She was not there. Maybe he meant the biological father, but Daniel was there. But Malaya and biological father were not there. So, Lily Rose, good afternoon. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, I hope you feel better, dear. Marty Fodrell, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much.
To issue joint pleas. But not here. Daniel and Malaya remained completely separate. No shared statements, no public support for each other. Their mutual silence was interpreted by many as coordination, not grief. People began asking, what are they protecting? And why aren't they protecting the children instead? As the investigation dragged on, public efforts didn't slow down, but faith in the system did. Law enforcement was no longer seen as the sole seeker of truth. Now that role had shifted to the community itself. The same people once offering prayers and candles were now posting satellite images and dissecting interview pauses. The tragedy of Lily and Jack was no longer just a disappearance. It became a symbol of silence, disconnection, and a system that many believed had failed. And still, the question echoes across every thread, every vigil, every forum.
No, you're right, Virginia. I would have had the same thing. That's why there's been a few pieces of misinformation they put out in this video, sadly. So we have to be able to sort through it. But that's okay, because we know more. You pronounced my last name correct. Oh, I'm good with names, Marty. Because I want to say it right. I try and I work it through phonetics. I've always done that. That's my mom's fault. Because I don't want to disrespect anybody by saying their name wrong. So it's wonderful to have you here, by the way.
If they won't tell us what happened, who will?
Welcome, Jet.
What really happened? In the absence of solid evidence or public clarity, the case has opened the floodgates to a range of troubling theories. These aren't just wild speculations, they are grounded in the eerie behavior of the adults involved. The missing digital and physical traces, and the unsettling silence from every angle of this story. One of the most widely discussed theories revolves around coercive control. Many believe that Malia Brooks Murray, the children's mother, was not merely in a quiet relationship with Daniel Martel, she was trapped. This idea aligns with patterns seen in emotionally abusive relationships, where one partner systematically isolates the other from friends, family, and community. Malia, after all, left her indigenous community to live in a remote, wooded area with no support network. She had no public voice, no visible allies. Since the children disappeared, she has remained completely silent. Some suggest this is not complicity, it's fear. Fear of losing her surviving child, fear of retaliation, or fear rooted in years of subtle, persistent control. Another unsettling theory is that the children were systematically removed from public systems long before they vanished. There are no known school records, no confirmed medical files, no vaccinations, no photos, no daycare logs. It's as if Lily and Jack were ghosts to the state. That lack of documentation has led many to believe the children were intentionally hidden from any institutions that could have flagged signs of abuse or neglect. If someone wanted to make children disappear without triggering alarms, this kind of isolation would be a horrifyingly effective first step. There's also growing suspicion that authorities may be withholding crucial information. Many community members and online investigators have questioned the RRCMP for their lack of transparency. The public still doesn't know if the rectangular ground anomaly found via satellite AI was ever excavated. There's no explanation about footage from dashcams or neighborhood cameras. No updates on physical evidence found in the woods. People are asking, why so much silence? Is this standard investigative caution? Or is there something the authorities don't want to reveal? Then comes the theory that hits hardest, the possibility that one or both of the adults know what happened and are staying quiet. The idea of a mutual silence pact has been discussed across social media, Reddit threads, and true crime forums. Supporters of this theory believe that either Daniel or Malahia witnessed or caused something they can't take back. Legal advice, fear of arrest, or guilt may be keeping them quiet. And the fact that the two never appeared together after the disappearance, never issued a joint statement, never looked for the children as a team, makes this theory feel plausible. It's not a broken family reacting in shock. It's two people pulling apart like they've rehearsed it. For the theory explaining for the disappearance, the most positive theory was the children wandered off and got lost. It was offered by Daniel Martel, and initially, the RCMP investigated along this line. The idea was that Lily and Jack had woken up early, quietly left through the sliding back door, and wandered into the surrounding woods, eventually getting lost. But this theory quickly began to unravel. There were no physical traces, no footprints, no drag marks, no discarded shoes or backpacks, no broken branches, nothing. What raised even more suspicion was that the sliding glass door was reportedly found closed. Something unlikely if two small children had slipped out alone. The lack of any sound or disturbance, especially with animals in the home, made the scenario less and less plausible. Another theory, supported by behavioral analysts and public discussion, suggests that Lily and Jack may have already been dead before the morning of May 2nd. No one outside of Daniel ever confirmed seeing or hearing the children after the afternoon of May 1st. There were no signs of a normal morning routine, no breakfast dishes, no messy beds, no toys scattered, no noise. Everything we know about the morning of the disappearance comes from Daniel's account alone. If he was lying, then the entire timeline could have been fabricated to cover something that happened earlier. Beside that, many people wonder that was an accidental death covered up. This theory posits that one or both children may have died due to an accident inside the home, falling, choking, suffocating, and the adults panicked. Out of fear of legal consequences or losing custody of their surviving child, Meadow, they may have chosen to hide the truth and dispose of the bodies. Several facts support this idea. The house was unusually clean for a family with 3 young children and pets. The 911 call wasn't placed until hours after the children supposedly went missing, and investigators eventually shifted their focus from a missing persons case to a potential crime scene. The theory points to fear, not malice, as the motive behind the cover-up. A darker variation suggests that either Daniel or Malahia, or both, may have intentionally harmed the children in a moment of rage or breakdown. Stress from poverty, mental health issues, or strained family dynamics could have escalated to violence. In this version, one parent may have committed the act while the other helped cover it up, either out of loyalty, fear, or guilt. People who support this theory point to the complete absence of emotional expressions from both adults. No tears, no public pleas, no visible grief. Their lack of urgency and distancing language. Like Daniel saying, "I'm not their father," feels disturbingly disconnected. Lastly, this is perhaps the most chilling hypothesis, that the disappearance was not spontaneous, but premeditated. The absence of any digital, physical, or environmental traces is almost too perfect. There were no alerts from smart devices.
Yeah, I went back and we looked at those like last week or so, Val, but yeah, very true. Hey, Larry, good to see you, my friend.
No camera footage, no sound, no mess, nothing. AI satellite scans even detected a freshly disturbed 2-meter rectangular patch of ground that vanished shortly afterward, potentially a burial site. These signs hint at careful planning, concealment, and erasure. Some believe this might even point to a more sinister possibility: the children were sold. While speculative, the theory has gained traction because of how unnaturally clean this disappearance has been. Each of these theories reflects different angles of a mystery that continues to baffle the public. Whether this was a tragic accident, a case of negligence, or something more sinister, the truth remains hidden beneath a wall of silence, and the longer that silence continues, the louder these theories become. Justified reason. When children vanish without a trace, the first instinct of investigators, and often the public, is to look inward. If there's no broken lock, no credible eyewitness, no struggle, then the only people left in the picture are the ones closest to the child, the parents. In the case of John Ben Ramsey, suspicion quickly turned toward her parents, John and Patsy. Why? The ransom note was found inside the house, written with a pen and paper from their own kitchen. The tone of the note was strange, theatrical. And then there was Patsy's 911 call. Critics said it sounded staged, too composed. Yet after decades of investigation, no physical evidence has ever tied either parent to John Bain's death. In Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents, Kate and Jerry, left her asleep in a vacation apartment while they dined nearby. When she went missing, the Portuguese initially suspected them of covering up an accident, citing cadaver dog alerts and a lack of forced entry. But there was no concrete forensic proof. Years later, suspicion shifted to a German sex offender already in custody. Casey Anthony, mother of Kaylee Anthony, was actually tried for murder. Prosecutors accused her of killing her daughter and lying about it for weeks. The case was explosive. Her behavior, partying while Kaylee was missing, lying to police, and showing little outward emotion, was central to the prosecution's theory. Still, the jury found her not guilty of murder, citing a lack of solid evidence. In Sky Metalwala's case, his mother, Julia Beryukova, said her car broke down on the side of the road, and she left her toddler alone while she went to get gas.
No, he talked about them early on, but I don't believe they ever brought cadaver dogs in, Yvonne, because there aren't that many in the entire country. They have very few, they said. And that was the excuse. So I don't know if they did or if they didn't, but from my understanding, they didn't. So, which I think is insane. I truly do. Demon, I agree. But yeah, they should have. I agree. They definitely should have.
When police arrived, the car worked fine, and Sky was never seen again. Her story didn't add up, but no charges were filed. Suspicion lingered, especially after it came to light she was in the middle of a custody battle. In each of these cases, the public reaction was fierce. Parents were scrutinized for every detail: how quickly they called police, how emotional they were, what they said, and what they didn't say. These judgments were often based not on hard evidence, but on how well someone conformed to our expectations of grief. But what if those expectations are flawed? Some people become hysterical. Others shut down entirely. Trauma and shock do not follow a rulebook. Yet time and again, emotional response becomes mistaken for evidence of guilt. It's a dangerous leap from "they aren't acting right" to "they must have done it." That's not to say parents can never be responsible. In some cases they are. But the question remains, how do we fairly distinguish between a grieving parent and a guilty one? The answer lies in facts, in patterns, in forensic evidence, not just in behavior that feels off. In the Sullivan case, we see echoes of these past tragedies. A missing child, no clear sign of abduction, a timeline that doesn't quite hold, and two adults whose responses divide public opinion. But as history has shown us, suspicion alone doesn't equal guilt. If we've learned anything from these past cases, it's this: the truth takes time. And while it's tempting to fill in the blanks ourselves, doing so too quickly could mean pointing fingers at the wrong people while the real danger stays hidden. Despite the attempts for the search, still no answers. No charges, no remains, no justice, only silence. It's just paused in a cruel and unfinished sentence. And so, we ask, what happens next? Will new evidence emerge? Will technology finally catch what the eye could not?
Gotta watch
Or will
doing
this case,
that, lady.
like too many others, fade into cold case archives, where only the most stubborn hearts continue digging? We can't say for sure. But what we do know is these two children are gone. Not just names in a file or faces in a news report, but lives. Innocent, vibrant, unfinished lives. And whatever the truth is, they deserve it. They deserve to be found. They deserve to be known. So if you still believe in justice, hold them in your thoughts. Pray that someone will speak.
All right, guys. So that's going to be it for today, for that one. I do want to give you guys an update real quick, since we brought it up on Kairen Horman's case, case I covered about two years ago now, I think, that I've been following. Um, they put an update out on this. Mama Bear threw it at me this morning, and I thought it would be interesting just to give you the update too, because we have followed the case pretty intently. So I know a lot of you guys have been involved in this case. So let's see it here. And again, I really hope something comes out of Jack and Lily's case soon. It really needs to happen. I gotcha. So let's check this out real quick, guys. But again, keep your prayers with Jack and Lily and hope and pray that something happens soon with that case, guys. Please.
Mysteries. It's one of Oregon's greatest unsolved mysteries, the disappearance of Kairen Horman. 15 years after the little boy vanished from school, we look back at the investigation.
Kairen, we're gonna bring you home, buddy.
Share never-before-seen police body cam footage of Kairen's stepmother in custody following a traffic stop.
I'm gonna read your rights. Okay.
And speak with Kairen's parents.
And in my mind, we have to keep looking for him.
Who reflect on the search.
It's earth-shattering. I mean, it's just not something that you ever come back from.
I'm Kyle Aboshi, investigative reporter with KGW Channel 8. I remember that day vividly, June 4th, 2010. We were coming back to the station from another story when my wife called. She was worried. She'd received an automated phone call from Portland Public Schools warning that a little kid had gone missing. The phone call was intended to just go to parents of Skyline School, but instead it went out to the entire community. Suddenly, parents all over the city were worried. What happened? And where's this little kid?
If you have seen Kairen or have any information you think may be beneficial, please call Portland Police.
Kairen was due home off the school bus at 3:45. He did not get off the bus.
And have they found any sign of him at all?
No, not that I've heard of any sign of him at this point.
7-year-old Kairen Horman was last seen after his stepmother, Terry Horman, there's his picture, drove him to school for one of the biggest days of the year, the school science fair.
The second grader at Skyline Elementary had worked hard on his project for the science fair.
This is a picture she took of the second grader with his project, the red-eyed tree frog.
After touring exhibits together, they say goodbye in the school hallway. She leaves for home. Kairen heads toward his classroom.
It's the last time anyone remembers seeing him.
Terry Horman posts photos of Kairen from the science fair on her Facebook page.
Kairen doesn't get off the school bus. His stepmom calls the school and learns the teacher had marked him absent.
This is devastating for the family, as you might guess, and for anybody that knows him. We just want to make sure he gets home safe.
By 9 o'clock, as we watched search teams wade through high, grassy fields, Kairen had been missing more than 13 hours.
Police declared the area a major crime scene. By morning, the military and crews on the ground joined the search.
He's not the kind of child that would just go out of school and just go, searching or wandering around. He's just a very timid, sweet boy.
Okay. All right, let me know. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Gates. I'm a captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the incident commander.
In addition to the teams in the sky and on the ground, we're told about 50 detectives are also working the case.
The focus, the area around the school.
We're moving forward under the premise that we're looking for a living Kairen Horman.
On this rainy Sunday, police interviewed parents and children at Skyline School.
They're just trying to talk the kids through and just see if they can pick up any grains of information that they can to help, just to help.
The search turned into a massive community effort. From homemade signs to food donations, those who couldn't search did what they could to help.
Then on Friday, 1 week after Kairen's disappearance, his family speaks publicly for the first time.
Kairen, we miss you, we love you, and we need you home right now.
Search crews made their strongest push yet, with hundreds of volunteers from around the state joining the search for Kairen Horman.
We need a clue, we need that aha.
This is the kind of terrain searchers are having to comb through: tall grasses, dense vegetation, and steep slopes. It makes for a slow and tedious process.
Pressure to turn up something intense, as so far each day has ended with little to report.
It's always frustrating, when we're not finding anything, especially when we have such high hopes.
Investigators suspended the search and rescue. It's become clear Kairen is not simply lost.
Would he just go on a hike at the end of the year? That doesn't seem like something he would do.
Detectives announced this has become a criminal investigation, and the focus?
Where is she and why is she not speaking?
We wanted to speak out as the natural parents for Kairen.
Behind the scenes, we'd later learn suspicions were mounting. His family had come apart.
Terry was on a whole nother playing field than we were. It was 3 against 1, and she was not looking out for Kairen. She was not interested in helping in any way.
Weeks after Kairen disappeared, police are handing out a questionnaire to parents and students at Skyline School,
asking people if they'd seen the stepmom or the family's white truck in the area the day the boy disappeared.
Investigators say they've talked with a majority of parents and staffers, but there's still people they want to interview.
Then,
hello, I'm Tracy Barrett.
And I'm Joe Don.
The unexpected.
The Kairen Horman investigation takes another turn. Now a reliable source tells News Channel 8 officers were prepared to arrest stepmom Terry Horman for hiring a hitman to kill her husband.
Kairen Horman filed for divorce, sought a restraining order against Terry Horman, and accused her of trying to hire a hitman to murder him.
And it was based on a lot of information that was provided, so it wasn't a sudden, say, reactionary type of decision that was made.
At that same news conference, Kairen's dad revealed another behind-the-scenes bombshell about Terry.
I think everyone knows the fact that she's taken her 2 polygraphs. She has not passed those 2 polygraphs.
Terry Horman hired a defense lawyer and moved to her parents' home in Roseburg.
Now again, Terry Horman has not been named a person of interest or a suspect in this case.
Terry Horman has never spoken to the media, but in court documents calls Kane's allegations vicious and calculated to inflame.
Sorry, cat lady, I didn't see it, and I don't know the name, but I just wrote it down. I definitely will have no problem looking into it for sure.
And poison public opinion against her.
Court papers from the divorce revealed Terry Horman had been sexting with another man after Kairen disappeared.
She's got some guts. I'll give her that. Now's not a good time to be doing stuff like that, but I guess I don't expect anything less.
Edie, are you cooperating with investigators?
By late summer, a grand jury started hearing sworn testimony from Terry Horman's friends. No charges were filed.
Is she bound to testify, or could she say no?
She was a baby.
I look at people's actions, and the actions I see don't reinforce the fact that they're completely innocent. And whether it's related to Kairen or not, something's being hidden.
2 years after the boy's disappearance, Kairen's biological mother filed a civil lawsuit against Terry Horman, later dropped.
The time has come for Terry to take responsibility for what she has done, and to tell me and my family where Kairen is and how he got there.
Terry Horman tried to change her name and appeared on the witness stand before a judge denied the request.
Kairen Horman is missing. He needs to be found. I love my son. I want him home more than anything.
Terry, what's your reaction to the judge denying this name change?
Hi, Kyle. No, thank you.
Horman, who now lives in California, has maintained her innocence, appearing on national TV and magazines.
She talks about Kairen's disappearance and also what she calls a bogus murder-for-hire plot to kill her husband.
I don't believe she'll ever be truly honest about what happened. I think even when we find Kairen, she will not reveal what happened that day.
But the search for him is still going strong.
Today, another under-the-radar search today for Kairen Horman. Police searched the woods, the water, and multiple properties over the years, but haven't found anything.
For comment, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office said, quote, the investigation is continuing, end quote.
They've also released age-progressed photos of what Kairen would look like now as a teenager.
Kairen is a sweet little boy that just wanted to live his life and to go camping and fishing and be a kid.
I've been covering this case for 15 years, and people always ask, what do you think? Did he maybe wander away from school and just got lost? Hard to imagine. People search this area really well. Maybe he was abducted by a stranger. Again, unlikely. It was a busy day at school that day. There likely would have been a struggle, or someone would have seen that. How about somebody he trusted, though, that he knew? That seems to make sense. Police have never said that. Most recently, they did issue a statement explaining, all requests from the public to law enforcement seeking access to those records. 2 stood out. One was from Terry Horman's adult son, James Moulton. He, too, wanted to look at the files, but was told no because it's an ongoing investigation. Another request was from a former prosecutor.
Welcome, love. Good to see you, dear.
She put down a deposit of almost $10,000 for records the DA's office warned will be heavily redacted. Doubtful we'll get anything new from that. But through those requests, we did learn this. Over the past 15 years, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has spent a total of $1.9 million on the investigation. Over the years, I've collected my own files, notes, emails, phone calls, that type of thing. But there is one item that I haven't shared, video of Terry Horman. In December of 2016, she was arrested in the San Francisco area for allegedly driving a stolen vehicle. The body cam video is kind of interesting.
One of the things I do need to do before I talk to you, since you're under arrest right now, is I'm going to read your rights. Okay, and then we can talk about this paperwork and see what we can do for you. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand you have the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir. Well, is talking to you, is this going to alleviate the situation? Because I have the title.
Right,
I
I'm
have the title.
gonna show you what I have and we're gonna talk about it. So I'm gonna try and help you.
Because I desperately want to get this resolved, and this
Okay.
is not.
Then we're gonna do that.
I don't understand why I'm under arrest though, because
Okay,
I didn't steal anything.
Police in Belvedere, California didn't ask her about Kairen. They were focused on the vehicle that her ex-boyfriend had reported stolen. She claimed her name was on the registration and the charges were later dropped.
So my question is though, is once you realize that I'm telling the truth, then I can go?
I don't make that decision. What I will do is I'm gonna try and help you the best I can to determine what are the true facts, and then we'll go from there one step at a time. I'm gonna help you as much as I can.
Investigators in Oregon haven't been able to speak with Terry Horman because she has a lawyer. I've tried to talk with her over the years, even traveling to California, where she lives now, but she's refused. One of the toughest things about covering this story is knowing that there's a little boy out there. He's missing. I'm a parent, and I can't imagine, especially going so long without having any answers. I think about that picture that we've all seen of Kairen standing in front of his.
I'm happy to have you here, love. Always grateful to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Science project. I spoke with his parents, Kairen Horman and Desiree Young. 15 years. What does this milestone mean to you?
That's a tough one. It's probably split. So grateful that we have had the support that we have. We still have such a following and a support for Kairen that, all of that is such a good thing. 15 years, it's tough. I mean, I talked to you back in the beginning, and I never thought we would be at 15 years. I just really didn't think. It's just really hard. It doesn't matter that 15 years has passed, it's still hard. We talk about it all the time where it's just some days are rougher than others.
What keeps your hope alive after all these years?
Well, that there's no clear information that tells us one way or another, as far as whether he's still alive or not. To me, that definitely keeps me going. There's no definitive information that says that he isn't. And in my mind, we have to keep looking for him. We have to keep, keep people's eyes and ears open when they're out and about. I think it's really important to keep that message going. And that's what motivates me. I think that they're still running down leads and they still have direction on the investigation. That they're still looking is also very, I think, a positive thing and very motivating as well. So I think without having more information that says that something is one way or another, and the fact that they haven't found him yet, I mean, I'm definitely motivated on all fronts because of all that.
What do you think happened to Kairen?
I mean, I feel like he was taken that day. I don't know if it was directly by her or someone else, whether it was at the school or a handoff off property somewhere. I personally feel like someone else was involved. I do feel like, again,
I've always looked at Terry and her friend. I can't think of her name right now, but her and her friend both, I believe, 100% have something to do with this. That's just always been my thought.
Can't sit down and give you a court case on this, but I do feel like she's involved in some way, shape, or form. Was there for all the failed polygraphs. Statistically, there's something off about that, just in general. The lack of cooperation, the lack of coming forward, the lack of ever clearing the investigation. There's some, again, my opinion, there's some level of involvement there.
That day, June 4th, has been well documented. Is there anything that the public doesn't know about that day?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, everybody has held on to that story that came out initially, whether it's the first, second, or third version of Terry's timeline, or fourth or fifth.
My thing with this case has always been there's no other understandable reason that Kairen went missing, folks. There's no other person that makes this. There's nobody. It just doesn't make any other sense for anything other than something to do with Terry being involved in this. That's truly my feelings on that, and I can't see it any other way. Oh, yeah, Fizzy, big time. Music shop. I kind of play DJ. I come in and play a bunch of music, take requests, play different stuff. My son usually joins me if he's around. He'll sing and stuff like that. We sing. It's just a thing we do in here, just to kind of take a break from true crime and all that and relax a little bit. So, anybody interested, just throw one in the chat. We'll see how many people want to do it. If not, we'll figure something else out for tonight. Maybe paranormal to pick up from last Saturday since I didn't make it. So it'll be later on. How soon after, Fizzy? For what? It'll probably be about 7 or so, maybe around that time if I do that. But how soon after did he go missing? Like, it was immediately after the science fair. He was going to go to school, and then poof, he was gone. Oh, okay. Well, you could listen, Hope. You could always listen if you're available. I hate seeing that you work so late, though. That's crazy. Paranormal. I know you want paranormal, Cap. I know you like.
And the reality is super simple. Terry got to the school around 8:10, 8:15. It was before any other parent was in the school. It was before Miss Porter was in her classroom or had her classroom unlocked. That is strategic because Terry was walking around the school checking security aspects at the school.
God, it'd be about 5 hours from now. So 7. It'd be about midnight for you, bro. I'm sorry to hear that, Hope. That's horrible. I hope you're not beating yourself up. You got to take care of yourself too. If I don't, whatever one I don't do tonight, I'll probably do tomorrow night so that we get them both in. Paranormal one night and the music the other night. So we'll work them out both either way.
Before she ever walked around with Kairen. Terry also pulled Kairen out of the teacher chaperoned group.
I'm on Eastern time, LL. Like right now, it's 2:40 in the afternoon for me. Sounds good, Scott.
As you know, schools are very strategic about teaching kids something. So the science fair was not just about visiting with friends. It was about teaching them something. They had a questionnaire. They had to walk around with a teacher chaperoned.
That's a good question, Fizzy. I'm wondering if it was a result of his suspicion of her or if it had been in the works before he went missing. See, it could be a combo of both, to be honest with you, Fizzy. That's a good point, though. Very good point. It's just candy.
Group. They had to answer all the questions specific to the different exhibits so that they were learning at the same time they were having a little bit of entertaining fun. But the reality is that Terry walked around with Kairen to these other classrooms. She went to 3 classrooms. She walked up the gym stairs, walked down the hallway with Kairen to Miss Porter's classroom, which was the last stop. She took the photo of Kairen in front of his diorama and 2 of Kairen's friends. And she walked out the school with Kairen at that very moment. It is with
I am too, Scott. And I don't just cover ghosts. I cover anything weird, creepy, unexplained, paranormal. I've been looking at the Jersey Devil and things like that lately. Dogman, things like that. So it could be anything. I like to surprise you guys. So, or a combination of a couple things. So we'll see. Hey, CZ. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us.
witnessed by people who were outside the school who know Kairen, his friends, their parents, their grandparents, and siblings. So we know that Terry walked out the school with Kairen and walked toward the truck. That is where he disappears. It's that simple. It's not complicated. Kairen was with one person that day and one person was in charge of him. And that's the reality of what happened that day. She did everything to try and structure that day so that she could do this. She had planned it. She planned it months in advance. We know that she was out driving the roads, scoping sites. We know this because her car was very memorable. Eyewitnesses account for her all over the roads of Northwest Portland. And I believe she was testing cell phone signal as well.
They had a child, the little sister, they had her together. Some of these people seem like, you know, if there's a child that's already in the picture, that they're in the way of the relationship and things like that. These are theories and thoughts, guys, that go along with this kind of stuff. And it's sad. It's sad, but it's true.
As well, to see where she would drop off of cell coverage.
How would she do that?
Just driving around, checking her phone, because we know that she was outside a cell signal, and when that phone pinged at 11 a.m., she came back into signal.
You'd mentioned several people saw her leave the school that day. Remind me of who that was.
His friend Carson, his grandma, and
Carson's
his
grandma?
sister. Yep. And then also the school bus driver, actually Kairen's bus driver, encountered Terry as she was leaving.
Did they see Terry get in the truck and actually leave the property, or just?
They didn't see her get in the truck. We do have an eyewitness on Skyline that says she got in the truck with someone else being in the truck. But they don't see her walking and getting in the truck, that full thing, because of where she was parked on Skyline. It was hidden. But they see Kairen walking with Terry as if they were walking together, not holding hands, but walking next to each other, going the same direction.
What is the message now?
I think it's the same. I think it's don't lose hope, don't give up. How many stories have we seen kids coming home 20 years later? Obviously, this is not a sprint, it's been a marathon, and I think it's going to continue to be, and hopefully it's resolved tomorrow. But until it is, we have to stay vigilant. We got to keep doing what we've been doing and say, don't give up and keep grinding. I can't think of another way.
What does closure look like for you?
Bringing them home. Bringing them home. And I don't know what that means, but bringing them home.
When I'm 90, I'm still going to cry over this. This is something that changed our entire lives. You never move on fully from that. You don't get to a point where you get to say, oh, we get to close that door and move on to something else. It's a constant, and it's earth-shattering. I mean, it's just not something that you ever come back from.
So what's it going to take to solve this case? I don't know, luck? Maybe somebody finds something. Maybe there's a confession. Or maybe somebody spotted something 15 years ago that they never shared. Or at the time, didn't think it was all that significant. We can hope.
I want answers, folks. I want to know where this kid is. I really do. Such a sad case. Blows my mind. I don't understand. I don't understand how people do these things to children. I never will. So there's that update as well. And again, thank you guys for being here through that. Let's see, Mama Bear sent me some other crazy stuff too going on. This story came out of Philly, guys. This is nuts. Friends, watch this stuff. Check it out. Check it out. How about that one? I know I'm a cornball. Hold on. Hang on to your seats for this one. People out here are insane anymore. In my opinion, of course. But you'll see. You'll see.
Friends and family are pleading for help tonight in the wake of a truly horrific attack. This is surveillance video showing the very young suspects that police say threw a corrosive.
Now, mind you, these kids look like they're between 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. Guys, this makes no sense to me. None.
Liquid at a woman as she prepared to take part in Pride festivities this past Sunday. That woman, identified as Diana, suffered serious burns and is now at the Temple Burn Center. Tonight, police are working to track down those young attackers as they also try to figure out why they did this. Action News' Taronda Thomas live in West Philadelphia tonight. Taronda, you spoke to police and Diana's friends today.
I did, and here at Southwest Detectives, this is still a very active investigation. Diana is recovering at Temple's Burn Center. Fortunately, there was a neighbor nearby during the attack who pulled her inside and rinsed her off. Still, she is left with severe burns.
There's a great community around her that's rallying, like I said, rallying around her.
Showing support for the victim of a heinous attack.
It was such excruciating pain, and I'm sure she went into shock, like immediately.
Shiloh Cologne's friend Diana now recovering at the Temple Burn Center after being splashed with a chemical that police say acted much like acid. It happened Sunday afternoon. The victim, Diana, who for safety reasons doesn't want to use her last name, had just gotten off the L at 52nd and Market.
She was walking down the street, going to her destination with her earphones in, so there was no interaction. Nothing led up to this event.
They were walking towards her. She said that they stopped and then they threw the acid.
This, police say, is video of the three suspects walking away. They boarded the L at 52nd Street. All three were juveniles who could be very young.
In my opinion, they're anywhere from 8 to 12 years old.
Police are working to identify the kids seen on the train platform before the attack.
They were walking around with a cup.
Investigators are testing to find out what the chemical was.
That'll be all part of our investigation, where they got it at, why they had it.
It was strong enough to leave a mark at 51st and Ludlow and leave the victim with second and third degree burns. 25-year-old Diana, who is a transgender woman, was planning to celebrate the first day of Pride Month.
We really strongly believe that this was a hate crime.
Police say the attack may have been random, but they're investigating all of the possibilities. Meanwhile, Diana has the support of her friends and the community on her long road to recovery.
I can't believe how strong she is.
Police are asking anyone with information to call their tip line at 215-686-TIPS. Now, investigators are looking through social media. They're even going to the school district to try to identify these juveniles. Meantime, Diana's friends have created an online fundraising campaign that has already garnered more than $40,000 in donations. We have information on that at 6abc.com/links. In West Philadelphia, Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News. Brian?
It's the age of those victims. It's just hard to fathom. Taronda, thanks so much.
That's my issue too. These are kids. Kids. What the hell is going on? Like, these are kids. Absolutely disgusting. Blows my mind. Completely. I got another story here real quick. These are things Mama Bear's been putting in. WB, what's happening? Good to see you. Good to have you here. It is beyond sad that children have these thoughts, okay? 8 to 12, and they're thinking about doing things like this. Between the ages of 8 and 12, I was playing with toys and watching cartoons, eating cereal, folks. That was what I looked forward to, not going and throwing acid in somebody's face. What in the actual hell? I just don't get this shit anymore. I don't. One of the things is they have no fear of consequence because there's no parenting. I'm sorry. With kids like this running around the city doing stuff, where's the parents at? That's what I'm looking at first. Sorry. It could be, Quinn. That's something that's possible. Somebody did. If they knew that person was transgender, that could have been a hate crime for sure. And that's true too, WB. They do get some of that stuff from their parents. Unbelievable. I just don't understand it anymore. So it's nuts. Moving on. We got another story here out of Peoria, guys. This is pretty wild. Check it.
Video shows a Peoria woman screaming for help as a man allegedly tries to kidnap her child. Within minutes, police responded and shot the suspect. 12 News journalist Sean Rice is live from the neighborhood near 87th Avenue and Thunderbird. And Sean, what happened?
I don't know, JC. That's what my question was too. Being so young, would they even know that? But unless somebody told them that you know what I'm saying, they shouldn't know that. That's my opinion. But anyway, this story's nuts too, guys. So check this one out.
Yeah, Tram, good afternoon to you. I'm standing really in the exact spot where this attempted kidnapping happened last evening. That mom who you just saw there on camera let out that scream, I'm told, is a new mom. She just had her child within the last couple of months, and I'm told she would regularly walk that child in a stroller in this neighborhood along these sidewalks in what is a normally safe gated community. Now, Peoria police tell us last night 43-year-old Matthew Cardone simply would not leave her alone. He walked up to her and attempted that kidnapping, and what that video shows really narrates how this entire thing unfolded. Let's walk you through that video step by step.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers.
Step. Peoria police tell us this all happened at around 6:45 last night. Here you can see Cardone try and talk to the woman as she walked in front of this home in the neighborhood. It's just a couple of houses down from where this attempted kidnapping took place. As she walks away, Cardone follows her, and you can hear the woman let out several screams as she frantically calls for help. About a minute later, you can see him walk down the street, and a Peoria police truck follows. This was after multiple people called 911. Not long after that, you can hear a police officer give him commands to stop in his tracks. Then you can hear several gunshots, over a half dozen gunshots from that video. Cardone, we're told, was shot and killed here on scene. And from speaking with neighbors, this is a community where a lot of people walk their pets or children in the evenings. And friendly people would always see this woman walk her young child on these sidewalks, and they always would keep a watchful eye on her.
Neighbors last night told her, or 2 days ago actually, just made a comment to her about make sure that you're safe and always aware of your surroundings. You know, you never know. Coincidentally, the next day, this situation happened. And so it was a real eye-opener. I'm very grateful that she's good.
And that kindness from neighbors showed itself last night when police tell us someone who lives nearby helped that young mom get away from the suspect and call police, who responded here within minutes. The woman's husband, I'm told, was also able to run over and fight him off as well. This morning, I did have a chance to speak with her husband. They live just down the block from here. He did answer the door, but respectfully asked that we respect their privacy as they continue to work through the scary emotions of what occurred last night. Now, Peoria police tell us the Glendale Police Department will assume the investigation into determining whether or not this officer-involved shooting is justified. But from talking with many neighbors here in this gated community, they tell us they're extremely grateful for that swift and fast Peoria police response and really stopping Cardone in his tracks before he could harm anyone else. Today, we're live in Peoria. Sean Rice, 12 News.
Yeah, Sean, that video is just chilling, and you're right. Police came very quickly, which was a nice surprise. But also, this Cardone suspect, I mean, did he live in the neighborhood? Was there any prior relationship? Did they know each other prior to that encounter?
One thing we know from Peoria police is that this young mom and Matthew Cardone did not know one another. They've already determined that definitively. Whether or not he lived in this neighborhood, we don't know. They've just labeled him as a Peoria resident. One detail they did tell us is that he is known to suffer from some sort of mental illness. They have not determined whether that's a contributing factor, but one can assume somebody who's struggling in that way. Maybe that's what led up to this entire.
So he needed mental help, not to be shot and killed. I'm not saying that what they did was wrong, but this is the problem, folks. This goes back to me screaming and yelling about mental health resources for people. They need it in a bad way. Yeah, this is Arizona, by the way, guys, so that nobody's confused. But that's unbelievably insane to me. Thanks, Mama Bear, for throwing that stuff our direction. Very much appreciated, as always. All right, moving on. It typically seems to be very, very, safe, you know? So, hold on. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what else I was going to show you guys. Right, Alicia. Only takes one. Show. All right, guys. So I got a couple things here on the Travis Decker situation. Give you a couple updates on this. Hang on. Let's see what we got here. Right, JC. Right.
Right now, intense manhunts across the country to capture high-profile fugitives. Police in central Washington searching for a 32-year-old man who is suspected of killing his 3 young daughters. Their bodies were found near a campground earlier this week. And in Arkansas, authorities calling in reinforcements to look for an escaped murderer and rapist known as the Devil in the Ozarks, who's been on.
Now, this guy here, I believe, has been caught, you guys, just so you know. This one here was caught near the Ozarks, I believe.
The run for nearly 2 weeks. Correspondent Alex Capriello is live here in the studio. So, Alex, bring us up to speed on these searches.
So, Arkansas law enforcement, they've been working 12 hours on and 12 hours off since Hardin first went missing. So, bringing in this backup, sensible thing to do after 2 weeks without a trace of him. Additional federal resources have been assigned to try to track down this killer. This specialized team is known as BORTAC, Border Patrol Tactical Unit. They're highly skilled, lethal, and have experience finding dangerous fugitives in rugged terrains exactly like the Ozarks. News Nation, in fact, has witnessed just how they train firsthand. This is a video from one of our border specials. You can see BORTAC often brought in when all other resources have been depleted. Using specialized tools and advanced training, the U.S. Border Patrol says this will be a major asset to track down Hardin, a dangerous fugitive convicted of both rape and murder. And BORTAC has a proven track record. These specialists were the ones to actually arrest Danilo Cavalcante. That's the Brazilian murderer who had spent 2 weeks hiding in the woods in Pennsylvania. BORTAC was also responsible for charging into that Uvalde, Texas school and taking down the shooter that killed 19 students and 2 teachers. There's now, unfortunately, conflicting opinions among the law enforcement groups about where they believe Grant Hardin is. The Arkansas Department of Corrections, well, they say there's no substantial proof that he's made it out of central Arkansas. But a new criminal complaint signed by the U.S. Marshals cites 2 reported sightings of Hardin. And so the Marshals, they believe he's actually crossed state lines.
So, Alex, at the same time, there's also a manhunt in Washington state. That's for the father accused of killing his 3 daughters. Where does that stand?
Yeah, so when it comes to Washington, that manhunt now in its 4th day, the investigators in the Pacific Northwest believe Travis Decker is armed and dangerous. They are warning families living in those remote mountain cabins to actually lock their doors and turn on all of their outdoor lights. This new photo of Decker just released that shows off his bright and colorful tattoos. We're told new digital search warrants have also been executed on his electronics, so authorities say they have new information to go off on their search. Also, a massive new search area that includes dozens of trails and campsites. It's now closed off to the public while this manhunt continues.
All right, Alex Capriello, thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
All right, guys. I was trying to get something else to work here. Hold on. My apologies. 1 minute. Where'd it go? There we go. Hold on.
And Steve, as that happens, it's also been almost 1 week since his daughters were last seen alive. You can see that the memorial continues to grow here. As that happens, authorities, we mentioned it, now warning that Decker could be in a neighboring county. In one of the newest developments, authorities released this picture of Travis Decker showing his distinctive tattoos. They say they hope these identifying features can help the public spot him and bring him to justice. Enter command. All as so many people anxiously wait for any updates.
Makes me just keep my daughter close to me, very, very close.
In a sign of Decker's experience at navigating the outdoors, authorities have asked people in rural areas of Chelan, King, Snohomish, Okanagan, and Kittitas counties to be on high alert for him. The message: lock the doors to any cabins and outbuildings and keep outdoor lights on throughout the night.
You don't know what his next move's going to be, and so you gotta be cautious, and it's hard to be cautious when someone so experienced.
Those precautions come as authorities also announced they believe Decker may be hiding out near the Pacific Crest Trail. Throughout this week, they have warned that he is highly skilled at navigating Washington's rough and tumble terrain.
We also know, too, that he's been an outdoorsman since he was a kid. Talking with a parent, it seemed like this was something that he was attracted to, like doing in his free time.
Needless to say, if you see Decker, stay away from him and call 911 immediately. And as the manhunt continues, one thing that we are waiting for is the results of those girls' autopsy. That is key because it's going to give us an idea of when they in fact died, or kind of a time frame of when they died. That is also key because it'll allow authorities to get a better time frame on the possible head start that Decker may have on them. Coming to you live from Wenatchee tonight, Ryan Sims, Como News.
Ryan, thank you. It is a loss that has broken hearts across the Wenatchee Valley. 3 sisters gone too soon, remembered for their joy, their creativity, and their light. Como's Denise Whitaker shows us how this community is grieving.
New video shared with us shows the fun these 3 sisters had together. Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, described by family members as shining brightly with creativity, confidence, and joy.
There are no words that can capture the weight of this loss.
We ache with the love we still carry for them, and we always will.
Families of the Wenatchee Valley expressing their pain and sorrow with handwritten notes, stuffed animals, and tricolor hearts.
This valley helped nurture the creativity, confidence, and joy that Peyton and Evelyn and Olivia shined so brightly.
Family friends Amy Edwards and Mark Belton tell us the girl's mother, Whitney, is grieving the unimaginable with an immeasurable hole in her heart. Is there anything that people watching can do to help in any way?
So there is a group, and we ask that they look that up on Facebook, where they can see ways that they can support this movement.
For the moment, they say cards and donations will help Whitney as she helps investigators. But the greater conversation on preventing these tragedies continues, centered around immediately getting mental help to those in need.
But Travis couldn't get those things. He tried, he reached out to some resources.
Whitney's attorney told us they've now learned Travis Decker reached out to the VA for help, but the hoops he needed to connect with those resources, she said, were so great.
Especially someone with mental health struggles really cannot do that on their own without an advocate.
Denise Whitaker.
As we track the latest developments in this story.
Once again, mental health resources need to be way more accessible to people. This is just insanely sad to me. Absolutely insanely sad. I don't understand, nor will I ever. The thing is the guy tried to get help, and so I'm not defending him by any means, but he, from the mother even said he tried to get some help. So it's just insanely sad that any of this had to happen like this. I don't get it. Hold on here. Here we go. Bear with me. Sorry. I know a lot of you guys aren't fans of hers, but it is beyond sad, Moonlit. It's an interesting story that she puts out here.
The prime suspect, and so far as we know, the only suspect in the murder of those 3 young sisters in Washington State. If you've been following our coverage, you know.
Can you guys hear this okay? Yes, no. Can you hear me? Okay.
Know that Travis Decker picked up his daughters last Friday for a scheduled custodial visit, but the bodies of those three little girls, his three little girls, were found on Monday near a campground 40 miles away. Court documents say 9-year-old Peyton Decker, 8-year-old Evelyn Decker, and 5-year-old Olivia Decker had each been asphyxiated with plastic bags that were still over their heads when they were found. Their wrists had been zip-tied. Their father's truck, which was found nearby, had 2 bloody handprints on it. And last night on this show, the sheriff leading the manhunt confirmed that those were adult handprints. Today, police put out a photo of Travis Decker from when he was active duty in the military. Reports indicate he was a U.S. Army Ranger, a paratrooper who served in Afghanistan and is highly trained in wilderness evasion and survival. The Army picture shows how different he might look now if he maybe were shaved. It certainly shows the tattoos that you can look for if you're out looking to spot him. Decker is said to be suffering from complex PTSD and borderline personality disorder. He was married to the little girl's mother, Whitney Decker, for 7 years, and their divorce reportedly was civil. Whitney never fought visitation privileges, but when Travis lost his home and various minimum wage jobs after he left the girls crying unattended at a National Guard armory, he was barred from taking them on overnights. Despite all of that, Whitney says Travis isn't the only one responsible for their daughters' deaths. She says, quote, "The system deserves some of the blame too, because police sent out an endangered missing persons advisory instead of an Amber Alert." Whitney Decker's attorney says, and I quote, "We may never know if it could have meant the difference between life and death for those girls, but it could have made a huge difference." Whitney believes, as I do, that something broke inside of him. Everything that he had been living with, everything that had been bottled up inside of him for so long, as far as trauma, just won out, end quote. I want to bring in Bobby Chacon. He is a retired FBI special agent with extensive background in high-risk search and arrests. He was part of the manhunt for the Olympic Park bomber, Eric Rudolph, in the mountains of North Carolina. Boy, that went on forever as well. We thought we'd never find him, and he had some survival skills too, Bobby. First, let me ask you, what are the odds this guy's alive, especially given the heinous and atrocious act that happened to his daughters?
Well, I think the odds are pretty good that he's alive for the time being. I don't know how long that will last. He's probably, I'm certainly not an expert in his mental health conditions, but he's probably still on some kind of a rush of what happened. If he does come in a moment of clarity, he might take his own life, or he might decide to try to do it as a suicide by cop or something like that. But my thoughts are he's probably still out there. It all depends on how much planning he put into this. And I'm sure that the investigation is focused on part of that, is focused on part of it is how much planning he put into this.
Well, I think of having enough baggies for 3 little girls' heads and zip ties and something obviously to secure the baggies around their heads. And that sounds like
could be
planning to me.
critical.
We don't just all drive around with that kind of material in our truck, especially if we're homeless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that part of it is, did he have time to go out and stash food resources like Rudolph did in our search? His father had said he had been in those mountains at times off the grid for months at a time. So did he plan on being there this time and putting food away and things like that? So that's going to be part of it. I think the biggest advantage he had right now is a head start. He was due to have those children back to the mother at, I think, 8 o'clock on Friday night. And by 9, she notified the authorities. But they didn't put out an alert until, the next day. For some reason, he did not meet the criteria for an Amber Alert, according to the state police. The local police did want to put out that Amber Alert, I think. And the state police who control those boards on the highways said he didn't meet the criteria. And so they were a little delayed in putting out that Amber Alert, and we now know that his license plate was seen on a highway plate reader leaving town at some point on Saturday, I believe. So we don't know what happened between, Friday when he was supposed to bring those girls home and really Monday when those girls' bodies were found midday.
Bobby, do you think being homeless is an advantage here or a disadvantage? Because on one hand, he's homeless. He doesn't have a whole lot of money to get the supplies that you're talking about to stash in the woods and be prepared for 3 months off the grid. But being homeless certainly does let us know that he knows how to live rough.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think it is an advantage, I think, in this particular case, because people are if he's very used to living in an uncomfortable environment, for us, it would be uncomfortable, but for him, it's not. And they're also used to scavenging for food and in ways of getting a hold of things to eat. Homeless people are, adept at that. That's how they stay alive oftentimes. And so I think in this particular case, at least in the short term, it's an advantage for him.
What do you think police are doing right now?
I think they're doing a couple of things, many things at one time. I think they're interviewing family, friends, people that he may have sought assistance from. They're doing the obvious, which is like land searches. Sometimes the only thing you can do is get feet on the ground, boots on the ground in those mountains, which are rugged. Some places you can't even use drones because the forest canopy is so thick that the drones can't even look through the forest canopy. So if you pick those kind of areas that Rudolph did way back when, you can't even use the technology that sometimes you can deploy. So really boots on the ground, doing grid searches, starting from, where he was, where the kids' bodies were found. Conceivably, he didn't have a vehicle after that. They found his vehicle. So he's on foot from that point. So you calculate how many miles a day he might be able to travel, and then you draw a map and you draw concentric circles, and you put teams, if you can, you try to put as many resources, and this is a very labor-intensive effort. So while some teams are looking at his background, his family connections, his friends connections, other people are just on the ground searching those woods.
Well, Bobby, let's hope at some point they catch this guy, because I think that mom and the rest of us deserve justice. Thanks so much for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased.
Definitely not unbiased. That's a lie. Hang on, guys. Let's see if this is the new one. Hold on. I believe this is the newest presser on this guy.
Sergeant Joe Eaton with the Wenatchee Police Department. I'm one of the PIOs for the Wenatchee Police Department. Tonight, we're going to have Chelan County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Mike Morrison, I'm sorry.
All right, ladies, take it easy when he comes on here.
Give you another update on the investigation. For the record, my name is...
No, they haven't, Cat Lady, but that's something I've thought of. It's possible that he hurt somebody else and took their vehicle. It's possible that yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. I don't think he had a different vehicle. I think that's possibly what happened. And that could be the other handprints. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Ricky, Jesse. Appreciate you, brother. I believe we hit the algorithm. That's awesome. God bless you guys.
My name is Sergeant Joe Eaton, Joeeaton, and Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison, Mikemorrison. Tonight he'll deliver his updates, and then at the conclusion of his update, we'll have about 5 minutes for questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Morrison.
Thank you, Sergeant. Trying not to disturb anyone's microphones here. Do appreciate everyone coming out. We don't have as much information to provide today, but we have been working tirelessly throughout the day with our federal resources, state resources,
exactly,
neighboring agencies. As always, I'd like to start off just by recognizing the Decker family, let them know they're still very much in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working hard.
This guy,
Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia are clearly a motivating force for us. A lot of our guys are working with sleep deprivation, but their thoughts are always on the girls and making sure that we're staying motivated and getting the results the family expects out of us. So, as we mentioned before, not much to go off of. We have been following leads thanks to the FBI and their analysis team that has been going out, processing social media leads throughout the nation, not just here locally. Following up those leads, we've been assigning detectives, marshal services, representatives to go out and do interviews. We also appreciate the nation police departments. We had one in McCall, Idaho today, was doing follow-ups.
They do have WB. They have the National Guard out looking for him now too.
For us. So we're not just keeping our focus here within Chelan County, we're also focusing nationwide on other leads that are coming out. Again, thank you to those police departments, sheriff's offices, state agencies across the nation that have stepped up to assist us and giving us the additional resources that we desperately need. Clearly, this is not the outcome we want to see.
We are
hoping that we can find Travis today, but we are feeling optimistic thanks to our marshals department that has come through and tracked down some good leads that we feel are giving us more of an insight into Travis's mindset, where he may have not gone or may have gone to. And we'd also like to thank the FBI and their behavioral analyst unit that has also gone through, done an assessment of some of the interviews that we've had regarding Travis and made a determination on maybe what his thought process was, what decisions he might have made, and where he had gone. In addition to our detectives also following through some of the financial documents, tracking areas that he had previously frequented, and we're optimistic that we will find him shortly. We'd also like to thank Spokane County Sheriff's Office for coming out, Sheriff Knowles, having their helicopter fly from 6 o'clock this morning to 11, as I understand it. At 11 o'clock, our helicopter was also on ground at the fish hatchery in Leavenworth to fly the Icicle Creek. We also deployed our swiftwater rescue team to go through there and start searching the creek in cases that Travis did enter in there. The water is running pretty quickly now, thanks to the spring runoff, but we're optimistic that with our air units up in the sky, looking over the terrain, it's definitely diverse when you're talking about the amount of acreage that we're covering, that we're doing the best we can. We also want to thank Sheriff Myers down in Kittitas County for deploying some of his search and rescue units, checking trailheads on the backside of Chelan County to see if there's any opportunity that Travis might have made it out to that location. We have learned so far through our investigation today that he is well versed in outdoor survival. And talking with his father, it sounds at times that he would go out and would be living off grid for sometimes up to 2.5 months. So we also understand too that he at times would do caching. So we understand that that's a possibility, that he could have scoped out this area before, put supplies out there, and has the ability and the knowledge to survive for a long period of time. We saw this before a couple years ago when we assisted Kittitas County with a similar case. So we are putting our resources out. We saw our SWAT team today out off the icicle drainage, checking residences through there, in addition to us still having units out on the ground, continuing to check, in addition to expanding out and looking at local counties. So we're going to continue to do what we need to do, partnering with our federal partners. We will again want to say thank you to the FBI, Homeland Security, that has assisted us more yesterday. Also going with the Marshal Services, the Washington State Patrol that has been working alongside of us, along with their detective units. And we've also had a forensics electronic detective going through the cell phone and other electronic items that we've collected on the scene. So we're hoping to gather more information, take that intel that we've gathered today, and continue to press on tomorrow. But at this time, we have not found Travis. My message is still the same. Travis, if you're out there seeing us, we'd like you to turn yourself in. We want a peaceful resolution to this, but we're not going to relinquish our efforts and giving up any effort that we can proceed to track you down. So please turn yourself in. Let's wrap this up and do what's right for your kids. So any questions? No, and I don't think there'd be any motive that'd be acceptable. I mean, clearly, it's not the decision of a sound mind, and these young girls were a victim. They were discovered earlier this week. It was outside Leavenworth. You're more up icicle drainage around milepost 18, around Rock Island Campground. And we do have a map that I think we've already shared online, but it is more of a rural campground.
Well, thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate that very much. Very much.
Okay. No, there was another individual that was located today, not related to the case, and that was out towards the Big Y where US 2 and 97 connect, but not related to the case. Sheriff, you mentioned Idaho. There were reports of possible sightings, or maybe it was just the fact that the department received tips. Any credibility to some of that? I know you mentioned they did some investigating. What have you learned from that? I can tell you so far today we had a possible sighting on East Leavenworth Road. We checked that out. It was not Mr. Decker. We had another one out at milepost 83, US 2. And then, of course, we continue to hear information about other possible sightings from across the nation. As we understood, based off the information we got back, was that the sighting in McCall, Idaho was not our suspect, but we'll continue to work with our neighboring agencies, not only here in the state, but across the nation, to help us track down any leads we do get.
What kind of head start do you think he had, knowing the truck was found Monday? When do you think he started to go out?
Worst case scenario, we could see that he might have gotten a head start on Friday, so he would have had the whole weekend to be out there. But we're still tracking it down. We will have our autopsy results. It should be coming back tomorrow, and we'll get a better idea of what kind of time frame we're looking at.
Is there any knowledge that you guys might have of him possibly making his way back to Wisconsin?
We're not ruling anything out. So, I mean, we have been in touch with agencies, of course, across the nation, and just tracking down leads. We are aware of other connections he has. We've interviewed friends, co-workers. We're optimistic that we can track down his location.
Sir, he left his truck behind. Did you find in that truck any writing, any note?
Our detectives are still going through that process. I know that we worked with the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab yesterday, in addition to our detectives, process all that information. And today, as I was leaving our emergency operations center, we did have members of the Washington State Patrol that were processing some of the cell phones we located in the vehicle.
What military training does he have that could be a factor in his ability to elude authorities?
We do understand, and we're getting more confirmation that he might have possibly gone through mountain survival school. But we also know, too, that he's been an outdoorsman since he was a kid. Talking with a parent, it seemed like this was something that he was attracted to, like doing in his free time. So clearly some of the knowledge he's probably acquired throughout his lifetime, in addition to the training he might or might not have acquired through the Army, is something that we're taking into consideration. But we do want to validate what trainings he's actually gone through, and we do have some U.S. Marshals tracking that down as well.
Sheriff, what is your reaction to the fact that he's been out and about, you said, for as long as 2 months? Does that give you room for pause that he is no stranger to being out and living off the grid for so long?
Well, we're certainly an agency that learns from the past. I mean, we saw this before, I believe, around North Bend. I don't know how many years ago that was, where they had an individual who had been involved in a similar incident and then had dug himself a bunker out there. So we take that in consideration, that he may be aware of our surroundings, has the ability to survive, and that's going to certainly make it more challenging, but we're up for that challenge. I mean, we recognize that 87% of our county is not accessible by road. We've been dealing with that over the last 125-year history of this agency, so we're no stranger to that. We're aware of our terrain, and we'll continue to work with our federal partners and U.S. Forest Service that has stepped alongside of us to assist us in possibly closing down some of the trails in the area in order to ensure, of course, that the environment stays safe for anyone who may come to visit, but that we also have access to go through there and start checking all the trails and locations that we believe he may recreate.
Sheriff, the longer this goes on, what concerns do you have about, you talk about the fight or flight mentality and desperation kicks in. Obviously, there's that survival skills element of it, but the longer it goes on, I mean, we've seen where things often go. Do you have concerns for whether it be those who are out looking for him, but just kind of where this could all come together and that the mentality someone may have with desperation motivates him?
We understand the mentality we're dealing with. We have a well-trained agency. We're a leader when it comes to de-escalation here in Washington State. We were one of the original agencies for that training hub, so we understand that we have the ability to control the pace of situations. We have behavioral health units. We have the ability to communicate with him, and we're going to continue to do that. But our primary goal is to track him down. Of course, we want to make sure that he's safe, but ultimately he will be brought to justice. The amount of partners that have come alongside of us. I mean, again, I've cited the U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI. We've had Homeland Security investigations. We've had Border Patrol's tracking team here. We've had Douglas County, East Wenatchee. The amount of resources that we put on this right away gives me confidence that we are doing everything possible, in addition to working with the behavioral analyst team and also bringing cadaver dogs. We're open to anything and everything, and so far, despite our limited resources, it's part of our mission statement with the resources entrusted to us. I think that a lot of people have come alongside us to help us out. That's why I'm optimistic. So we're not doing it alone.
You said that you've been in contact with his father. What has that interaction been like with his immediate loved ones? What are they telling you about their reaction to this immense tragedy? How are they handling it?
They're frustrated with the situation, clearly, but this is their son. So, of course, that they have concerns about his safety. But overall, they understand that he does have to be brought in and he has to be held accountable for his actions.
One more question, please. One more question.
Sheriff, I just wanted to clarify that you said that with this survival skills coming to light here, how does that change moving forward as we get further and further into this investigation? You're going to certain
Well, we understand that he can cover a lot of ground. I mean, certainly, based off what I know from him, he's in decent shape, and he has the ability to go out there, which, if anyone's been out in that part of the county, is thick, so it's going to make it more challenging for us to locate him, and especially if he's knowledgeable and he knows how to conceal himself. That will make a unique challenge for us, but we feel pretty confident in bringing members of Border Patrol in too, with their experience of working in more diverse terrain, especially along our Canadian border. We have people who are experts in that field as well, and also excel and have the military training as well. I mean, we recognize he's not a subject matter expert. I'm not going to glorify him.
Exactly.
In that sense.
Cool
We
off,
appreciate
lady.
his service, but overall, we have other men and women who are assisting us who are also military veterans and have that kind of background and experience. And I would certainly point out our Forest Service deputy that was able to immediately locate it as soon as we got information about a general area where he's at. We're up for that challenge. So, thank you.
Okay, for our media partners, I do have a contact sheet that I'd like to have completed. That way we can easily follow up with each of our media partners. So at the conclusion of this, you can find me if you haven't already signed it. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time, and we'll plan additional updates in the hours and days to come. Thank you. Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so all right, so that gives you some updates on that. Hold on a minute here, guys. You guys are killing me today, I swear. Too funny. Too funny. Hey, forget about it. Yeah, that's true too, WB. Who knows? All right, let's see what we got here, guys. Where are we at time-wise? 3:29. Okay. Let's see. All right, guys, let's see if we can turn it up, find some of this weird stuff going on out in the news, in the world. This was sent to me 2 days ago, I think it was. Hang on here. Actually, I have two of these things were sent to me. I don't know if you guys have seen this. And again, I'm sure everybody is familiar with James, the channel James. I follow a lot of his stuff too and see what crazy things he finds going on out in the world, guys. And well, there's quite a few this guy falls upon. So, just 1 minute. Hang on here. We all know that supposedly there's aliens out there, right, guys? So this is one of the wild and crazy stories that's floating around out there. I'm trying to bring you guys a bit of a variety during the morning shows, unless we're centered in on one specific thing. So let's break that monotony a little bit and see what James is talking about today, guys, because this is kind of interesting for those of you that are UFO. Check it out.
Power outage situation is getting crazier, and apparently it started.
Now this is 2 months ago that this started, guys. So just to give you a heads up the timeline with this.
Back in December in Puerto Rico, and then it happened in Chile. The thing is, the situation seems like it's spreading. It started back in December, and then it started happening in other countries, and it's still happening now. So it kind of feels like this is spreading. And When I think about this massive blackout situation, I instantly think about the drones, and the reason is the drones are back. They started popping up all over the world again on March 5th, basically the same date that there was a major blackout in Argentina.
Now, whether or not this is linked to the drone issues that we had going on around here for about 3-4 months or something like that, I don't know. But I thought it was kind of interesting, and it, like I said, guys, I try to look at a little bit of everything going on in our world, and well, this is weird. Just say it that way.
I have no idea what I'm photographing right now.
So I guess the question here is why? Why is this happening? Does it have anything to do with the drones and the orbs? Or is this some sort of sabotage? Is this going to start happening in other places all over the world? What's going on here? So I decided to deep dive into this crazy rabbit hole. And I guess the first thing we have to do is a list of these major events and try to compare it with the drone sightings and the orb sightings. So let's take a look at this. This is a list that I made of these massive blackouts that happened recently. So the first ones, as you can see, were in Puerto Rico and Moldova on December 31st. What a coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, we were having massive sightings that date.
What the f?
Whoa, look at this. What the f is this?
So first, let's take a look at the massive blackouts that started happening back in December, and let's try to find out if there's any connection with the drones. Okay, found this video.
We're back with some breaking news now out of Puerto Rico, where nearly 90% of the island has been hit by a major power outage on New Year's Eve.
So what a coincidence, a 90% outage, and then in Chile, a 98% outage.
More than 1.2 million people there are without power, according to energy company Luma. The energy company saying the cause is still under investigation, but that preliminary findings point to an issue with an underground power line.
Okay, so they don't know the cause. They are saying it's because of an underground power line. That was on December 31st. So on January 7th, a man was testing his drone camera at night in Puerto Rico, and he captured this. Let's take a look at this. So I see something glowing over here. Then it swooshes by very quick. Stops. Yeah, let's take a look at that again. But that was on January 7th, so I'm not pretty sure this is anything to do with December 31st. So looking for more videos on these bizarre sightings in Puerto Rico, I found this one coming in from Angelo Maldini on November 20th at 19th.
Guys, it's a spaceship.
What is that? It really looks like one of those orbs.
It's no one else here.
Hmm.
I'm just seeing this.
Wow.
No one else noticed.
Yeah.
What was it?
Bro, what the f?
Oh shit, where is it?
Where is it? You're like the typical person who records a UFO. I wonder if it's gonna like disappear out of nowhere.
The comments, people say SpaceX. Let me take a look. Yeah, could be. So someone saw it in Aguadilla. It's a rocket. Other people saw it in other places, so it was really high up with the sky. So yeah, possibly this was a rocket. Same sighting, but different video. Yeah, could be a rocket. All right, so November 2023 though. Yeah, it looks like one of those orbs in Puerto Rico. Let's take a look at this. When was this? November 14th. Yeah, it kind of coincides with the dates that people were seeing these objects, so it could just be that this is Starlink. So the SpaceX launches that happened in California, I'm pretty sure they would not, at least this is what I think, they wouldn't pass over. This is the trajectory these objects make, these SpaceX launches make from California? No. So that wasn't a SpaceX launch in Puerto Rico. That was something else. And that was on November. So we got some sightings happening in Puerto Rico from November to January. That, let's make a map of this. So for now, these are the power outages that we have. And let's pick a blue dot for the places that also had drone sightings. So Puerto Rico did have drone sightings. Okay, so let's check Moldova. Okay, so let's check for Moldova. I found this video 5 days ago. Let me see if this is the real deal. Let me just show you guys when I searched for Moldova OVNI, and then this video popped up here. Pretty sure it has nothing to do, but I'm gonna double check this by doing a reverse search. Try to find out when this video was posted and if this has anything to do. Here we go. You got something? Looking at the reverse image search, I found nothing that could explain where it was recorded, when it was recorded. It was posted 5 days ago, but I'm not so sure if it has anything to do with Moldova, but it was something that popped up while searching for it. So this was posted by Visitantes UFO 5 days ago. There is absolutely no information on it. Here it says CapCut editing made easy, so I'm guessing that the music that was added later on and the slow-mo could have been done in CapCut. There you go, that part. And some people say Bluebeam, Harp, Godzilla, yeah, no. So absolutely no information on when or where this was, which kind of makes this really odd. The thing is, it popped up after searching for Moldova, so yeah. Let's take a look at it again. Okay, so we got something here, finally. It's on December 24th. It's a really big drone. Yeah, so we got something flying over the region on December 24th. So we got something here. So we got another sighting on January 3rd in the region once again. So okay, yeah, we had sightings between December and January, so let's add that to the map. So let's check Chile. There's a list, right? So we have Chile on February 25th, even though there was a massive blackout in Venezuela on August 30th. And this is the video. We gotta check Venezuela also.
Faltan 10 minutos para las 6 de la mañana y nuestra ciudad capital amanece a oscuras. Muy poquitas las casas o edificios que se ven con alguna luz.
It wasn't as massive as Chile's blackout. So let's go to Chile. This is one of the videos of what happened on February 25th. Yeah, so it was like
Welcome, Meg. Great to see you today. Thanks for joining.
98% population. It was a massive blackout. And this is, for instance, one of the videos. It's posted by Lucas Chavez. And then you have videos like this, people on the subway. This is one situation that will happen if we have a massive blackout in other countries. Subway will stop, I guess. And you'll be stuck inside of the subway. Then you have to get out of the subway and you have to walk your way out of the subway. This is what a lot of people did. This is the exact moment the blackout happened. Look at that. So that's weird. It looks like, look at that. It's like something occurs here. It looks like a transformer blows or something like that, right? Then you got people walking for hours to get out of the subway. That's crazy. And she's not happy about it. And this is why she's not happy about it. Look at that. Oh my. That's kind of creepy. Wow. You had to walk the entire tunnel. That's bad. So let's take a look at Chile. Let's take a look at what could have caused this. So we do have February 8th. Look at that. Huh. A very faint object, but I can see that. It's not a plane. Definitely not a plane.
No lo veo, marico.
It could be WB.
Look at that. It's massive. It's posted by Mobile, Chile, February 8th. So before the blackout happened, I guess this is the same object. Yeah. Oh my. Not only were they seeing orbs in the sky possibly, but they were seeing like these massive objects. Wow. Oh wow, this is like something a lot of people saw in Chile. It was recorded in 2025 in Chile. Here you got February 8th, 2025. These same objects on October 2024.
No.
So whatever this thing is, it's like always around Chile. Gosh, it's huge.
No, hay otro.
Okay, so there's two. I see the other one over here. Oh my gosh. Bro, can you stop wiggling the camera around? Oh my gosh.
Hay uno que está parado y el otro va avanzando hacia él, weón.
It's a heck of a sighting.
Weón, mira, Jota. Mira mi pantalla.
So it's like a fleet of these objects in Chile. This is weird. So look at this. It looks like one of those drones that people were seeing. Oh my, there's another video of the same object. Oh my gosh. There's an orb over there. Okay, so we have a very strange video coming in from Mario Silva. This object was captured in Pisco Elqui in Chile on February 27th, 2025. I guess it's like 2 days after the blackout happened.
Vieron tres luces en fila india, moviéndose lenta y sincronizadamente sobre el pueblo. Como se veían cerca del cerro que está enfrente de donde estábamos nosotros, pensamos inicialmente que era gente con linterna bajando. En eso tomé mi láser. Les apunté directamente, a lo que las luces reaccionaron y en un abrir
There's your laser theory, WB.
y cerrar de ojos se esfumaron, desaparecieron. Ante esto nos quedamos atónitos, obviamente, y ahí fue que recién busqué mi celular para grabar por si volvían a aparecer. Ajá.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. No hay nada ahí, pues mira.
It's gone.
Pero mientras esto sucedía, notamos que era muy difícil que alguien pudiera bajar por ahí, dado la pendiente que tiene el cerro en ese sector.
Yeah, maybe a person with a flashlight, but still very weird. So let's definitely circle Chile with sightings. Then we have Argentina. Let's check this out. So more than 600,000 people without electricity in massive blackout in Buenos Aires at 44 degrees Celsius. Oh my gosh, that's hot. Okay, so it was apparently due to sudden failure of a high voltage power line, which led to the shutdown of several substations. So apparently this happened in 2 consecutive days, 2 different days. Okay, so this was posted by Pyramidium on February 8th, I guess.
Buenos Aires.
Ariel, mira eso. Amigo, ¿qué mierda es eso?
Looks like it could be fake, but at the same time, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the 4chan leak that happened 2 days ago. So these are the leaked pictures on 4chan of the supposed UFO that crashed. There's very little information about it, actually. This is interesting. It's weird, isn't it? I would possibly say it kind of looks like the same thing, even though this is most likely fake. What is that inside of it? This is a really cool video, but it's not the real deal. This is actually CGI.
Yeah, they did. Oh, what the? Wait a minute. It's playing. What?
Okay, so this was on March 8th in Buenos Aires, Argentina. We got something here. Okay. Now this could be strobe lights. We can try to enhance that. Yeah, I see a line over here. Meaning this could be a strobe light. Let's try to work this out. There you go. I think we can see it better over here. Look at that. See what I mean? If you follow this path, it seems like we have at least one strobe light. Now this could be coming upwards towards the ground, or it could be coming from the ground up. It is kind of weird, but still, what's really weird is that this would be on March 8th, which would be 3 days after the blackout. So yeah, also in Tucumán, Argentina. Look at that. This is during a lightning storm. I can see that. In the middle of the clouds, what appears to be like a UFO shaped cloud or something like that.
That's wild.
Yep. Kind of stands out, doesn't it? And then you got this weird video posted on January 17th.
No sé. Háblale a Chuy para que la vea.
Kind of like a portal in the sky. Pretty sure I've seen this video before, and some people say this is in Mexico City, so I'm a bit skeptical about that one. Now, on January 27th, a man witnessed with his family 2 objects following a plane in Buenos Aires. This was captured by Brian Alejandro. Let's take a look at this. This is interesting. Okay, I see the plane. Oh. Over here. And then over here.
Oh, sí, mira, ya. Llámalo, Guille, decirle que me diga que si ese es un avión. Andá, llámalo. Andá, llámalo, Guille.
One's going pretty fast.
No worries, Cap.
Posted by Mario
I know you
Silva,
got it.
captured in Buenos Aires on November 14th, 2024, when the drones and the orbs were like popping up all over the place. Someone captured this. Okay, really quick. That is a nice catch. Now this is an interesting one. Alexander Halbert posted this on March 5th, and it was recorded on the 2nd of March. And a family saw these lights in the middle of nowhere.
A ver. ¿A dónde? ¿A dónde? Ay, lo vi. No.
Okay, that's weird.
Ahí se pararon de nuevo la concha de su madre, boludo. Ya quedó uno. ¿Lo ves? No, hay varios. No, ahí se fue, mirá.
Whoa.
Ey, nos están siguiendo en serio. A ver.
Yeah, there's a flashing light right in the beginning of the video. This is really weird. So again, from Mario Silva, this, he says, was recorded in Patagonia, Argentina.
You ain't lying, Heather. Though I see some weird shit out, because I'm out in the middle of BFE, folks. Literally nothing but sky out here. Sky and fields and trees and grass. Oh my. But we see lights out here in the sky too. We see planes, we see helicopters, we see tower lights, we see satellites, and then we see other stuff that we're like, what the hell is that? We've literally sat on our porch at night, letting the mosquitoes buffet on us, and looking around the skies, and there's just things that, like, if you sit out there for like 2 hours, you'll see stuff that you don't normally see. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to say it's UFOs or anything like that. I'm just saying you see some things in the sky that there's no lie. You got Heather to say it?
Argentina on February 4th. That's one weird sighting. So this is 1 month prior to the massive blackout in Argentina. On February 5th, this looks like the real deal.
Bueno, gente, acabo de salir a comprar y me encuentro con esto.
Good idea.
No sé qué son.
That's weird.
Cada vez más. No sé. Si alguien sabe qué es, me puede decir, por favor.
Yeah, now that's weird.
Mira.
So, a bunch of streaker lights in the sky. We have many sightings in Argentina happening around January, February, and March. So yeah, let's tick that on our map. So we do have a bunch of sightings happening in these places, even though there's one thing that caught my attention. In Argentina, there was a heat wave. It could just be that they're passing through a very difficult heat wave in the summer, and that kind of thing can happen. What gets my attention here is that we're getting these massive blackouts happening one after the other, and this is, to me at least, I see a pattern here. Let's check Chile, which was the worst situation, to see if there's any other explanation. Alright, so I found this video.
Este cerro cumple una función súper importante, que las actividades, miren cómo son saqueadas.
You're a man.
Vandalizadas. Se llevaron los computadores. Me imagino que aquí tienen que haber monitores y cosas importantes. Miren, acá están otra antena, totalmente vandalizada también.
Apparently someone wrecked the antenna system, the computers and all that. They took it, broke it down. So we can't exactly rule out sabotage. Could be the case. Let's see if we can find anything else. Searching for more information, I found this on Reddit. Undersea power cable connecting Finland and Estonia experiences outage. Capacity reduced to 35%. As Finnish authorities investigate, sabotage isn't ruled out yet. So there's something happening. This was 3 months ago. So there's something happening with power outages, like I'm saying. And it's like this is happening one after the other in completely different places. So the question is, if this is a sabotage, why would someone want to do this? What would be the objective? And if this is not a sabotage, if this is because of the drones or the orbs, again, why would they want to do this? Whoever they are, if they're alien or humans, whatever's going on here. This is a really good question. So searching for more answers, I found this video of this woman that kind of predicts what's going to happen in February, posted by Spirit with Joy.
If you care about your well-being, the well-being of your loved ones and your pets, please listen to me. It's incredibly crucial that you go ahead and stock up on non-perishable food, on pet food, and water, lots of water. I am seeing power outages, long power outages, potentially very long. I'm seeing people hunkered down in their homes this year. I see different timelines of when this might occur, but the closest one that I see is like late March, early April, spring, somewhere in there. Please prepare now.
Okay, so she was saying this in February. Maybe she got the Chile one right. I'm not sure. Or maybe there are others that are going to happen. Apparently, The Simpsons also predicted this before.
Blackout. We had no power and no prospects of getting it.
What is it? What is it? We'll never know! Don't worry, kids. The government will help. The government cannot help itself, let alone you.
And then on January 23rd, Trump says this.
No, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity.
So let's rule out magnetic storms, geomagnetic storms, like solar storms and that kind of thing. So this is a quick list. So on January 1st, we had one, a G4 level geomagnetic storm. Could have something to do with our outages that happened in both countries in the Northern Hemisphere. Now in February, we had only G1 levels, so nothing that could explain the other power outages. Okay, so back to the drones and the orbs. So the drones are one thing, they're probably human-made, and the orbs are different. A lot of people believe they're made of plasma or some sort of very advanced technology. So this video was recorded on March 6th in Manguldai in India. So in theory, yes, a plasma-based weapon could interfere or damage a power grid, but the practical application would depend on several factors. Plasma dissipates rapidly in the atmosphere, so distance is a critical factor limiting real-world deployment. So we would have to analyze if these ships or UFOs or orbs that we see in these videos were actually flying very close to power grids and that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, there's very little information in these videos to verify such a thing. To significantly impact a large-scale grid, immense amounts of energy would be necessary. Now that would be the case for the several drones or orbs flying all over the place. Now that kind of reminds me of the first sightings that happened, and they were flying over nuclear reactors. So these drones or orbs could be analyzing these places to possibly cause a future power grid failure. Now this is just a theory, of course. But there are loads of people predicting such a thing, loads of videos you can find of people in high places talking about a future power grid failure.
Let's just say the power grid goes out, okay? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I know. I just don't know when it's gonna happen.
Warning of cyber threats from Russia and are urging U.S. critical infrastructure defenses to be reinforced. As CBS's Bill Whitaker reported on Sunday night's 60 Minutes, it wouldn't take much to throw the entire country into darkness.
Electricity, no lights. Back to candles and lanterns, campfires and bonfires. Batteries couldn't be recharged. Generators couldn't be refueled because fuel is pumped electrically. So is water, by the way. All of these security systems in all of our jails and prisons, all across America, the gates and cell doors of penitentiaries and mental institutions would fly open. Police wouldn't help you. They'd be gone at the first sign of trouble. They'd be home protecting their own families.
Either they know something that they can't talk about, which would make sense, or something else. But this is again just a theory. So what do you think about this? Could it be that these power outages have something to do with the drones or the orbs? Or
this. All right, so there's that one, guys, and I do have one other one. What time is it? Probably not going to get to that one today, though. I'll probably throw that one up here maybe tomorrow for the morning show. So pretty wild stuff, guys. Pretty wild. So for those of you that are believers, there you go. I'm trying to bring one of those types of episodes every other day or so for the morning show, guys. So hold on a minute. All right. Let's see. Hang on. All right, for those of you that have a tendency to get teary-eyed, go grab some tissues. We're going to check out some positive reinforcement in society, some random acts of kindness, good Samaritans, whatever you want to call it. A little bit of positivity, guys, just to remind everybody that there are still good people, good things, and good events going on all around us, guys. It's not all as negative as it looks. So let's do this. All right.
During a patrol in São Centeno, military policemen saved a choking 4-month-old baby. The officers' quick actions brought the little girl back to breathing.
Yes, just give everybody a little more faith in humanity. Bring some hope back, guys, that we're not out here by ourselves. And not everybody is a horrible, horrible person. There's some amazing and beautiful people out there, just like all of you. So check it out.
This officer deserves a round of applause for their outstanding reflexes in rescuing the child. Man tries saving little girl. Respect. Just after leaving the bank with the bag full of money, a thief approached and snatched the bag from their hands, attempting to flee. However, their loyal dog didn't let that happen. A suspicious man approaches, threatens her. The dog jumps into action. Brave boys rescued a girl from drowning. IAS officers saved a life with CPR, a noble act with few equals. She was truly at the right place at the right time. Just a few minutes late, can't even imagine. Every parent should keep an eye on young children and not leave them alone in the car. This is the essence of humanity, always lending a helping hand in tough times. In this video, a non-swimming woman finds herself stuck among houses, holding her 3-year-old child. Volunteers quickly rush to help, highlighting the importance of coming together during floods. The uncle stopped to shelter the reporter with an umbrella as she worked in the rain. It was like a warm gesture on a chilly day. Finding polite drivers like these is rare, but they are the ones who help ease traffic jams. I love this truck driver. This world is full of good people. If you haven't found them yet, be them. The Good Samaritans successfully rescued the old man and his dog from the sinking car in the middle of the lake.
Have a good day, Christina.
The selfless efforts of these kind people have saved precious lives. Life brings its challenges, but kindness will always stand by your side. Fortunately, these policemen were there and promptly stopped the bus. Life brings its challenges, but kindness will always stand by your side.
Everyone picks up goods that have fallen out of the motorbike for a stranger. The nice guy stopped to help the truck driver put back the heavy pile of wood. These rescuers helped the cow that was stuck at the railway. This nice guy helped people from getting wet while crossing a flooded street. Sportsmanship is shown when an athlete has fallen and her teammates and opponents rush to help her. He's truly an ideal role model for the kids. Two motorcycle police officers stopped to assist an elderly woman crossing the street. Soldiers not only save the country, but also help people, like in this case. This man lifted a sewer cover to allow rainwater to drain faster, preventing the street from further flooding. This action is truly invaluable. Despite the broken bus seat, a stranger sitting behind offered help to the passenger without a place to rest their head. While a fallen tree can pose a danger, that risk is minimized when individuals care for one another. In a busy airport, one staff member caught the attention of passengers with their subtle yet remarkable gesture. Hopefully, these small gifts will motivate the soldiers to complete their tasks with excellence. Every small act of kindness can uplift spirits, restore hope, and remind people that they're not alone. In this world, there are many good people. If you haven't found them yet, be one of them.
All right, guys, there's a little bit of good humanity, positivity. Just to remind everybody, it's still not that horrible out there. That being said, you know what time it is. Let's see if we can laugh a little bit here, guys. Give me 1 second. Let's see what we got here. Anything new over here? Hold on. What the hell? Hold on. All right, guys, let's see if we can get some laps in here before we get out of here for the day. All right. Make sure to hit that like button if you just came in. If you haven't done it or you forgot, it happens. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see what's going on over here today.
Get it. You good? Oh my God!
I'm gonna go Willie.
This is getting pretty tight. Oh. Oh.
That was smart.
Hey.
Happy birthday to you and many more. My 16-year-old granddaughter.
No.
I ain't got no.
Are you?
Oops.
You okay?
Are you okay? Oh my goodness. Are you okay?
You'll have that, I guess. That's what happens when you try and get frisky too soon. Oh, damn it, Mike, you fell in the pool again. Sounds like it's cold, too. Oh, damn, lady. You all right? That sucks. Holy shit. It took the whole damn porch out. Good God.
Is she okay?
Oh, somebody's gonna be mad. Whoops.
John Collins, stud paddleboarder, right here. It's a matter of time until he falls. It's coming.
Oh, that sucks.
That's amazing.
Holy shit, that scared me. Look at the cat's over there like, dude, you alright? Look at the cat. Like, what the hell?
This is not a good idea.
It's fine. It's sand.
It's.
Until he breaks his neck, yeah.
Mom, your wig's gonna blow off.
Oh my God.
Will you marry me?
Are you lying?
No.
Are you really?
Oh, that wasn't nice. Hit me in the face with an apple.
Don't go out, Lily.
I don't know, it's just moving. Oh my gosh, the trampoline just flew! Oh my gosh!
Oh my God.
Yes! Oh Jesus, didn't think it was gonna hit me.
Like 4 feet of snow, and then last night another 2 inches,
Joseph's over there up on the roof trying to get the satellite dish clean, and oh my God, I think it's snowing again. Are you okay?
Oops.
Are you okay?
This piece right here.
Oh, you're not happy. Nope. That just happened. That was funny. I'm sorry.
Ow! He hit my leg!
You're stupid.
Oh my God!
We get it. If not, we're good. They're kicking. Here it comes. It is. It's going to be 41, 42.
What the hell is that?
God!
Ouch. Oops, is all right.
I am so done. Just drive over me, world. I just fell. I just tripped because I'm running and I'm fat.
You okay?
Whole damn roof came down. Shit.
Just in this oh, Jesus.
Who's next? That was smart. There you go. That sucks.
Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh my God!
All that for nothing.
Oh my God.
Holy crap. Good job, buddy. Get a new bag. Oh no. That sucks. I would definitely be angry about that.
Feel free to take a drink and excuse me, a drink and a snack. Well, alrighty then. Cheetos, Puffs, Lay's, some chips. I'll take the Doritos. Make sure I do the same for the next driver. Ooh, Reese's. Bali, cool. I've never had one of these. I'll take a Bali. Yes, 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 yes.
So what did you?
Having a bad day.
Oh, back to play. Okay. Oh, that constant. Oh, Jerry, they know us. Mom! What? It's gone.
Yes, sir. Just close my door.
Oh! Oh my God.
Oh, what a heart attack.
Oh my. They're all laughing.
You're mad. You're mad. Oh, bad doggy.
Focus. What'd you do?
Cats in there too.
Did you eat mom's lipstick?
Yeah.
How'd it taste?
No, because I was just looking. You were looking at me like I'm funny. Am I funny? Am I a funny guy? Do I make you laugh? Funny how? How am I funny? Like a clown? I amuse you?
That's too much.
Did you see that?
Did you make friends today?
Oh yeah.
What just happened?
And they didn't cry.
They didn't cry? Did
Only
you?
one kid did cry.
What kid? Was his name Roman?
Yeah, that was me.
It was you?
Where's our crown?
Let's look for it. Where's the crown? Where could it be?
Where could it be?
Do you see it anywhere? Is it on my head?
No.
Where could it be?
No.
Do you have any idea?
I do have it.
I wonder what happened to the crown. Oh, bless you.
It's back down.
You found it.
I found it.
Ready?
All right, we got first, second, third, fourth. This one only has 5 gears. You got your clutch, brake, accelerator. Here's the key. You ready?
Honey. Yes. This is something that comes before something else. Yes. All right. This is somebody who is an actress. Yes. All right. An actor in a movie. Yes. All right. It's a movie about a music. Yes.
Touchdown!
Kiddo, if you close the door, you're going to freak yourself out.
What's wrong?
How you doing back there, Emmy? You okay?
What the hell?
Is Ruby on top of you?
Oh, spoiled kitty.
Good night.
Is it Lemmy? Is it? I know it's Lemmy.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Okay.
How did it even start?
watches on the camera. How did this even start? How did something from here? I just remember opening my eyes and Milton was coming out of this cabinet.
Ow! Okay, okay, okay.
You're okay.
Who could be the culprit? Do you know who did this, Pep? It's okay, baby.
Oh, who's gonna get it? No, he's not. Ow! Oh no! Oh my god. You wretch.
Let me see what you have. That down his throat? Let me see it. How many this time?
Oh, that is his world record, 7.
Play.
Oh god, that scared me. You play, Daddy?
What you doing, buddy? You good boy? You good boy? You good boy, buddy? Oh, good boy.
Poor cat.
I don't even know what happened here. Patsy.
What in the hell?
Patsy. Were you cold? Patsy. Patsy. Oh my god. Patsy.
A pig.
Hi. Are you stuck? I'm not sure what's going on here.
Who's videotaping this? You better be
What happened? Straighten my wheel, dude.
The rainbow's in our front yard.
In case you're questioning my judgment in buying this instrument, this fine instrument made in America, it does have
All right, guys, that's going to do it. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I hope that made you smile a little bit, and I will see you guys here very soon. I'll be back in here sometime tonight, I think, if everything works out well. Thank you guys for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. You're all so very amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You're the beautiful people. See you all soon. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.